not be coming. It might be Simu jumping in and out, depending. But if someone wants to, they can. Manuel! Where's Mr. Manuel? I know him. I know his name. All right. Give me... Yeah, Manny. Manny! Pick a number between 1 and 5. All right. 1. Shuffle. 2. 3. That means everyone blames him if they get a bad matchup. I mean, we'll close sign-ups at 12:30, right? Round 1 will begin at Isaac. Round 1 will begin at 12:45. So last time to sign up 12:30, right? Close cut, and then set up everything. Make sure we will start at 12:45, like game start, like everything. Okay. I have not mastered the audio yet, so this could be really loud, and if it does, sorry about that. I'm gonna go to another room and I'm gonna test the audio right now. I'll be right back. Testing audio. I'm gonna test something. All right. We'll be starting here fairly soon. I think the TO team is just getting ready. Welcome everyone to the Gold Star Collectibles inaugural 1K Weiss Schwarz tournament, where we enter into the foray of the first, I guess, big JP event for the Northern California region. Today on the line, we have $1,000 worth of store credit and prizes to give away to, I believe right now we're sitting at roughly 56-ish players right now. So yeah, I think the teams are just setting up. This is going to be a little smudge because we really don't have table numbers yet, and we're doing this on the fly. As you can see, this is kind of just an ancillary building that we're in right now, but we're making it happen. So big shout outs and thank yous to these Gold Star Collectible teams for hosting us. This is Neil from Team Card Art. We've been invited as a guest to cast over here today. And we're hoping that we get some good-ass Weiss on camera. Good, honest Weiss. Right, so stay tuned. We should be starting round one in a few minutes here once we kind of get the yelling and everyone in place. me. That was an emergency button for a very special occasion. All right, let me go talk to our TOs to make sure everything's ready. Just doing a little bit of roll call, making sure everyone's here, and then we're going to go ahead and get started. right, so we had a little bit of technical difficulties, but I think we got it all sorted out. We're gonna have everyone once again start soon. We kind of messed up with the challenge, therefore don't use challenge in the future. Thing. All right. Manuel! Pick a number between 1 and 4. Shuffling 5 times. Got pairings going. All right, so have everyone sit down, and then if anyone doesn't have a pairing, then okay, we messed up. We can like flex them in. Yeah, we learned the moment you press the button, it's done.
I swear, when I was doing challenge last year.
All right, all right, all right. We are just waiting for the players to get started on the first table, though. We have the players on the standing. Before we start, we'll go ahead and talk a little bit about what's going to happen. So we're just going to wait.
I cannot disclose if there's money, but there is. So this is the belt. This is designed by yours truly. Me. So everybody's got their pairings, right? No. Everybody? I hope so. Repair? They want to repair, so
they want to repair.
Please do not start the game until our TO announces it, okay? Perfect. All good?
Can you hold these for Tim? There it is.
So we were playing for 1K store credit. Yeah. We'll have 30-minute rounds, and then go 10-minute extra time plus three turns. Yeah, crazy. If 3 rounds have passed and time has been called, it will go damage comparison. Whoever wins.
It's nice.
Okay, attention everybody. Good morning, or I guess it's good afternoon now. My name is Simu. I'll be your judge for today. If you have any issues during a game, please feel free to raise your hand. Call judge help with basically everything relating to translation as well. If you have a translation issue or want an immediate translation for a card, I can help out. Yeah. So like I said, like Isaac already said, it's going to be 30 minutes plus 10 minutes, and then afterwards damage comparisons. High damage at the end will be double loss. That's the only situation. So basically same as BCS rulings. We will have a break after round 3 for food. We'll start at Collectibles has graciously provided pizza, so feel free to pick that up in the other room, I believe. Yeah. So 15 minutes after round 3. In between rounds, there will be at least a 5-minute break for you guys to get situated for next round. Sleeves. So after 6 rounds of Swiss, we will go into top 8. There will be a deck check for top 8. The sleeve requirements will be less than the BCS requirements, but I will still be doing deck checks for you guys. So just make sure your sleeves are in good condition, no markings, anything like that. And then top 8 will be the same as Swiss, 30 minutes plus 10, and single elimination bracket. Question over there? Yeah, I'll have the timer here, and then I will be calling. So 30 minutes round, I'll be calling 20, 10, and then I'll call a bit of time for 10-minute overtime. All right. Trying to think if there's anything else that needs to be gone over. Is there any questions before we get started? All right. Well, thank you guys so much for being patient with us. And that's it. Round 1 of the All-Star Collectibles $1,000 Sacramento tournament. Players, you may begin.
Stand up the waifu! All right, everyone, welcome to the Gold Star Collectibles 1K tournament. We got round 1 finally firing off, and in the left corner we have Kevin H on Oshinoko and Thomas I on Overlord. Thomas I'm very familiar with. I'm not sure. Oh, we got a little slip of the mat there. But yeah, we're going to be running into Oshinoko. So this is going to be an interesting matchup in the sense that Thomas has actually opted to split off of the natural Overlord build. So this is going to be post-ban from the January stream, and we no longer have Big Boy Ein's protection. So Thomas is going to be acting on the standby build. So Kevin is actually going to go ahead and swing with the eye, and Thomas is going to come in. So looks like Thomas just fields his 3. We find a cancel. Kevin's going to go ahead and activate the eye. Needs to pay the 1. So, yeah, thinking of activating the eye. Oh no, he sent it to memory. Sorry, that's the memory bomb mines, or the clock bomb mines. So it stops that. And yeah, we're just going straight into damage here. So yeah, Thomas right out of the floodgates, fielding 3. Didn't really hit any standby triggers here, but I think that's fine. So it's going to be on Kevin H to answer. Kevin's gonna go start to level 1 with that first turn, or second turn rush coming in from Thomas. Goes ahead and clocks the level 0 I Riki thingy. And let's take a look here. So for Thomas, it looks like he is going to be running the level 1 Aqua combo. He did clock red, so he doesn't actually have access to the combo just yet. Not seeing anything. He's just going to drop the double trigger Aqua as well as the Stalker Akane. I don't know how to explain this Akane, but two effects. First Akane is it's going to be the Rico effect. I don't think he actually opted to use it, and then it also has when the damage when the damage from this battle is canceled, you can stock the Akane. I believe that's on the defense, the damage he takes. The secondary card he also placed down is the Aqua with the double trigger effect. So let me see if I can actually turn on and play with this new thing that I made. Yeah, so he has the double trigger Aqua. When this card attacks, he's going to trigger twice during the triggers phase, but he's also going to have to pay out the second one that he triggered. So he only gets one stock at the end of the day. This one also is the JC, where he sends this card to memory, and he can JC both his cards back. It looks like he's going to go ahead and field the eye as well here. And just folds the field. It actually pushes up the Brainstormer instead. Into, I believe everything should be pretty base here, nothing over powerful. And then we have the aura on the right, that's just the Fukujira aura. So I think, yeah, Thomas is looking to respond with a 3-swing of his own. And I think it's basically a see what happens here. He can't really commit the climax combo, he doesn't have blue. So puts the Aqua, it looks like he might be like, yeah, crashing in the Aqua to get, or sorry, the Eye in order to get his Riki ability. So starting off with the Akane in the center, we're going to go swing for 2. We see a trigger, so we're going to go in for 3. Cancel on the 2 here. Swing with a Brainstormer Ruby. Swinging in for 1. It's going to reverse to Ruby, so now... going to activate the effect. Takes the 1. He needs to pay the stock. Doesn't actually pay. Well, he sees nothing there off of it. On the reverse, gets a cancel on the 3rd attack. And Eye's going to go to memory. He's going to shove a card into. He's probably looking for a blue card just to make sure that's covered. I don't believe there is salvage here with the Ruby, so I don't think he needs to stuff the Aqua in. So flaying out his hand, what is he going to grab? Yeah, ends up grabbing the other level 0 Aqua. Puts his blue into clock and gets himself ready there. Right, so just fixing his colors. And then what is he going to search for? I think he just searched for the refresh Aqua, it seems. So this is the refresh Aqua. It lets you grab something out of clock, and at the same time, you can pay 1, drop 1 to refresh the deck here. So it opts to get the refresh Aqua, and still keeps Thomas at 0 now. Thomas is going to go to the draw. Oh, he did pay a stock earlier. That was his hand. So it goes to the draw. Checking the Akane. Yeah, so this Akane went on the defense. The damage taken is canceled. You get a cancel. You get to put Akane into stock, or you may put Akane into stock. So Thomas finds himself still at 0. Not ideal if he wants to play the standby. Has options to get himself to 1. But I think he's just going to probably see what he can commit to the field and swing here. Has access to his Brainstormer, which he's going for right away. Takes that 1. And we're going to check off the top for the Brainstormer. And it's going to be a whiff, unfortunately. That's the check 3. Check 3, add 1 Brainstormer. So it looks like he's probably going to commit the Clock Bomb to the field. I think he's floating that to the top here, just to not give the... Well, I'm sorry, Satang. He's just going to give... going to go shoot with the Clock Shooter. And that should prevent the Akane from bouncing in case the damage is canceled. He does get the active ability first. yeah, just committing cards to the board. Aura is going to actually match. Aura does not get any abilities, or Aura does not get any power on the turn if she actually lives. So didn't get the Fukujira effect, but so Aura's sitting at 15. And then plays another drop search Eins. Yep, thinking of committing it, goes ahead and pays out the standby. I think that's what he standbyed earlier actually. Yep, thinking about that. What does he search for? So Thomas's climax combo for level 1 is just the level 1/1 Eins, the founding source of Eins, and it gets a reverse combo with the standby. If he does reverse his opponent, he does get a free salvage here. Ends up looking for the Demiurge climax swap, adds that to hand. Doesn't have the stock to use it, so probably gonna wait next turn. I think he's floating the incorrect climax. And yeah, just gonna commit the board here. Looks like he's opting to clock bomb the Brainstormer Ruby, maybe probably to remove access from Kevin, sorry. I'm getting that later, so thinking about his attacks first. Yep, goes ahead and slams with the Sewer Slide Eins into clock. He's going to go ahead and pay the 1 and actually JC the Brainstormer there, so puts the Aqua in memory, JC's the Brainstormer as well, and the Clock Bomber gets to live. Hits a standby. Oh, he does. I forgot, he did get himself to level 1, so he gets the Albedo 2/2 onto the field with the climax combo that changes into the new Albedo. Yeah, so Thomas looks to be, if he can take some damage, would be in a pretty powerful position here. Does get the cancel. Akane does get the jump herself to stock, giving Kevin a little bit more money to work with, or a little bit more our stock to play with. Full fielded here, and it's going to go to Kevin now. Kevin was able to cancel everything here, so a little bit of a breath of fresh air in this assault here with the full board. It'll be on Kevin to figure out what he wants to do. I think this would probably be the turn where he needs to just get the Aquas out as many as possible and slam that climax if he has it. But looks like he's going to start off with the Free Fresh. He's going to pull in the level 0 blue Aqua. I believe this is the one that has the check with how many memory, plays with your memory, and it's also a climax salvage. So, yep, plays that just to grab that. Calls, doesn't have blue anymore. Calls I in red, uses the event to go ahead and search his deck. And he's going to go ahead and search out with the Remembering Eye event. And let's see, what did he search for? Looks for the 1/0 Ruby here. So when this card attacks, you, I believe, can give another character plus 15. And if you have the B Komachi I in memory, this also gets another 500. And then reveal the top if it's a level 2, or the event, you can stuff it into stock. Or I think it's a specific Aqua. You can stick it in stock. Sorry, I'm not too familiar with this one here. But just going to commit the Ruby just for the power and the safety swing over the Ions for clock bombing anything. I think the scenario here is he doesn't have blue, though. So if he wants to commit the Aqua combo, he just can't. So he's floating 1 copy of them, moves up the level 0 Aqua just to have an attacker. And I don't believe he can play it. He doesn't have, and it's gets caught, doesn't have blue on the field. He did use the swap, so has to commit another card. Just going to commit another copy of the Ruby as well. And the Brainstormer. If he does decide to slam the climax, he also does get to do the top check for some additional soul. Just activating the Brainstormer here is hit 1, so we're going to go in and salvage. Let's see what he ends up grabbing. Oops, sorry. Yeah, let's see what he ends up grabbing here. It looks like they're just gonna hold the clean cut Ruby into his hand. The clean cut and climax swap Ruby. So, coming in, no climax, just going to swing the field. I believe he should No, I don't think he powers over the middle lane, but he should power over the left and the right pretty easily. Right, so checking powers. Yeah. Yeah, if only I had my second person to come in with the commentary. My second person, I think, is off buying a house, so that's the only excuse. If you're in here and you know who you are, if you're in here and you don't have my and you're not buying a house today, then you know why I'm mad at you. But congratulations on the house if you're getting it. If you're not getting the house, you owe me a cupcake. Lots of cancels coming in from the Ruby player. Activating the effect of the Eins does end up grabbing a copy of the Search Eins again and is able to stick 2 damage here. So now this is going to be a pretty big turning point for Thomas on the Overlord deck. He does have access to the 2/2 Albedo change if he has the Climax. He does have the Climax swap, which we did see him grab with the Demiurge. And Jason's board is, I believe, weaker on the defense here. Does not gain any power pumps. So the Aura has not left the board yet. It looks like he did end up siding through. Yep, so it looks like he's just going to go ahead and commit the 1/1 to the field. Also getting another copy of the Fukujira Aura out as well. This will cover the board, I believe. Oh, in order for him to change into the level 3, he needs to be level 2. So unfortunately he's not, but he's prepping that into his clock area. He will get that ready probably for level 2. Also looking on a pretty thin deck, and I think he's just going to crash in here, or just bum through here. Oh, it's another standby, so it's going to be 2. We see what he standbys. What will he option select for the standby? Has the Brainstorm and the 2/2 Albedo. Could optionally select another copy of the 2/2 Albedo if he's feeling like he can pull out 2 of them. But it looks like he's just going to let the standby go through, and 2 damage will stick. Going into deck 2, gonna do a quick check. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I saw 5. I could be wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 7, maybe 8. Yeah, but checking the deck sees, I believe, the Stockwell. Yeah, the Fumio Aqua. Yeah, and we're going into deck 2. 2 damage will be successful. Aqua comes in the clock, and we're sitting at 1/5 now. Gets the reverse off there. The 1/1 Eins will now attack next. Doesn't actually have the combo, I believe, yeah. So it's just going to be 2 damage. It's another trigger, but gets the cancel off here. Fukujiro, is he going to side 3K, I believe? And this is also going to cancel. Oh, the Fukujiro was bigger? I believe that Ruby's only 4/5. Yeah, she is only 4/5, so the additional power pump from the Albedo in the back will be enough to get over that. Oh, as well as the C2. Or is it C2? Something like that. CZ. So the 500 plus the 500 from the CZ when your opponent's character is reversed, plus the Albedo will just give that last aura just enough power to climb over. So returning the turn back to Jason now. Thomas looking into powerfully, but I think Jason can still come back. He does have access to his combo now. Didn't take too much damage last turn. And just wants, I think he's just looking to commit as much as possible to the board. Gonna go ahead, finds the Brainstorm, finds 2 of the Rubies once again. Go ahead and slam out those 4,500 Ruby power buffers. Or, yeah, 6k Rubies on turn. And the Aqua finally. So does he commit the Climax this turn? He does have the floating Climax at the top, probably going to commit it. The Climax is going to be, Climax combo with the Aqua off of the combo will be just a melee effect. So check 4, add any character. I think he's doing some power checks right now. So I believe the Eins is going to be sitting at 8,500. Can he get over? He doesn't actually need to kill anything, but can he get over? So Aqua will be 7,500 on attack with the climax. Ruby comes in, gonna run over this card, comes in for, I believe it's gonna be 2? 2? 2. 2 goes through. And we're gonna go into deck 2 for Mr. Thomas here on the right. Right, Thomas takes the damage, sit himself at 0-6, or 1-6, sorry. Next coming in with the Aqua to the right. I don't think it's big enough against this Ainz here. Ainz is sitting at a pretty, I believe, pretty 8-5. Oh, he was big. I think he did get power from the Ruby Brainstormer back there. Thomas gets a cancel off the top, though. Does climb over the Ainz. Checks and finds a... On the last attack, finds a gate. So, 3. I think we are seeing 5 out. 2 goes through, and we're seeing Thomas at level 2 now. So he does have access to the Albedo. That 1 in clock will be able to come out and change into the 2-2. Or over the 2-2. And let's see if he's going to piece this together. So, right now he's option selecting whether or not he wants to go ahead and activate the Aura's Fukajiros. This would be a pretty good chance, to get that Albedo into the waiting room. Needs to grab a level 1 or higher, and yep, the level 3 Albedo is the only target, so goes ahead and grabs that. Going through, thinking about activating the second Fukujiro, what he wants to do. And I think he has another copy of the Albedo that he's willing to pitch here. Floating the Mari, floating the Fumio Mari to the top instead. And does see another copy of the 3-2, I believe that's the EP Albedo. Yeah, so I think he's just missing the climax now. Checking probably to see if he has a climax. Doesn't have a climax in hand, I believe. He's gonna go ahead and clock, draw his 2. Oh, finds a climax, so he does need to swap it. That's not the correct one. He does need to get the unsuppressible feelings for the Albedo climax to get it going. But we do know he has a Demiurge in hand, right? We see it floating to the top. Gonna go ahead and pop out that Demiurge. Make sure. Also, I probably is thinking about whether or not he wants to go to the next deck as well. Checking here. He just starts it off with me. Yeah, it looks like he also wants to reset his deck. Checks the 1, adds the 1, and get a fresh, clean 1 as well. So popping off, starting off with a Demiurge. Demiurge is going to mill the top 3 cards of his deck just to get some free mill. Pays out the 1. He's going to climax, swap into the correct climax for the Albedo here. I'm just doing a last climax count, maybe even. Nope, grabs the Albedo climax. Going into deck, 4 cards left in deck. Climax combo on board. Yeah, looks like his field is ready to go. Gonna move up the Albedo for himself there. So to kind of clue you in on what's happening. Thomas's 2-2 Albedo is a front 1500. Oh, it's not even front 1000, front 15. When you play the climax combo with her specific standby, you can pay 1 as well as ditch 1 from your hand. And you can, if your level 2 is higher, you can play the level 3 Albedo in this spot. And you may add her event if you do play it, which is Sentiments Out of Control. and add that to your hand. So you do pretty much go hand even, and you get the anti-damage and a soft ping albedo. So he's gonna commit the maid. He needs a 5th card for the maid to be activated in the 10k power. So it looks like he's gonna play Yuri. He did not opt to use the draw 2, drop 2. It looked like he just wanted a hard play. I think he was trying to play out the climax. Yep. So he's going to go ahead and activate the ability, dropping another copy of the 2/2, and is going to play out the level 3 albedo. He also has a standby on board that'll get his 5th character to make sure that Yuri gets her 10k power. So Yuri's going to also activate, and it looks to see probably just another copy. Yeah, there's a copy of the event, the Minus Soul event, and floating the standby trigger, probably going to copy. Oh, goes ahead and grabs the Aura Supporter, or sorry, Shaltier. Front 2k. At the beginning of your climax phase, you can pay 3, drop 2, and deal 5. So just a free extra ping of damage. So checking powers. So albedo comes in and swings. He gets the burn 1. Peels off the climax with the burn 1 and sticks 2. Kevin on his way to level 2 now. Needs to check what colors he needs. Thinking of putting the ruby, yeah, just getting the access to the yell. Looks like he is playing the Memcho combo. Oh, no, 6 blue in instead. He does play the Memcho combo, so he needs to find yellow. And we're going, yeah, goes through with the Yuri covers, and I believe this should be bigger? Yep, Demir should be bigger, with the bonuses from Shaltier. And I believe it's going to be the albedo herself is going to give some power. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I don't have a secondary here. So running through, field was capped up. It has a lot of stock to work with. Needs to piece together the Memcho combo. So we're going to start off with playing the Akane and going with the Rico. He's going to filter out a copy of the Memcho to grab the Memcho. Oh, I think he's grabbing, yeah, I believe that's the EP Ruby. Oh, no, he's grabbing a copy of the level 0 Ruby off of the 2. On play gives power. When this card gets reversed, you can send it to memory. And I believe you grab 2 copies of, I don't remember which rubies those are specifically, but you get to grab, is it the level 3 ruby? And the level 1 ruby, I think, maybe? We'll see here what happens when he commits it. Just going to play another copy of the 1/0 ruby. Cannot beat over this Yuri is floating 10k. Thomas's board with the standby deck is pretty massive here. But commits a copy of the Aqua. He's, I think, trying to drop the extra copy of the Climax he has in order to grab. Floating the Refresh Aqua to the top. Maybe going to use those 2 stock. Nope, ends up grabbing a 1/0 Beta Ruby. And commits it to the board. So, yep, sacrificial Akane, possible side, but pretty big, I think. Yeah, albedo's gonna be floating like 12k right now. Yep, so Thomas going into deck 2 now. The swing with the 1, takes the ping, and 2 goes through successfully. Going to actually beat over this Demiurge. I think that's the smallest one on the board. Takes the 1 here. And Kevin's going to find himself at 2-5 now. Refresh point. What's off the top? Safe. And finally going to commit the last ruby into the Yuri, the 10k Yuri, and finds a empty pants, unfortunately. But he does swing for 2. Thomas looking to float, yeah, the Albedo Clemens. Doesn't want to go to 2. I think he wants to heal down. So he's going to go ahead and give the minus soul to the ruby so he doesn't take any damage for this round. So everyone's reading this card right now. We'll go ahead and do that as well. So this is a 2-2 Albedo. You must have the level 3 Albedo in your hand. It has 2 things that happens. If you're level 2, you can use this as a 15k punch as well as a minus 3 soul. But if your level is 3, you must pay the cost plus 1. You get to give your character minus 3 soul. Or give your character, the facing this card gets minus 3 soul. So Thomas goes in and uses the minus 3 soul to keep himself at 2. And is going to try to probably float those heals out just so that it can stay at 2 and assert as much damage as possible. Board looking healthy, hand looking healthy. Looks like he's just looking to fill in that extra slot with the early play. There it is. That is the early play Albedo. 4 or more. When this comes into play, I believe it's drop 1. And then you can heal 1 from your clock to stock. Thinking about what he wants to drop here. Copy of the Searcher, and yep, heals that off into a stock. Floating 1 stock only, possibly thinking of Brainstorm. Pretty healthy say it looks like he's just going to commit the board here. So we're coming in for 2, 2, and 2. So the first one's coming in for 2, no trigger. Cancel on the second one. Coming in again. This one's actually coming in for 3. Cancel on the first. Another one. Coming in for 2 again. Cancel on the top, all 3. Cancel, cancel, cancel right into each other. And Kevin opts to 3-stock the ruby. His hand hasn't been able to get over any of these standbys, but still has a way in this if he can put his hand together, find some brainstorms. Find some cards off of Brainstorm, refill his hand, and just get his level 3 ruby combo set up. Has quite a bit in memory, so cancels aren't too surprising. So yeah, there we go. Starting off with the Brainstorm, doesn't opt to cancel. Oh, that's 4 climaxes stacked together. Hello. But yeah, hits 2. He's gonna go ahead and search 2. Give him some options here. Does he play the EP heal ruby? Or I think it's the but not. Doesn't have any options for an early heal, I believe. So yeah, ends up just grabbing another copy of the Beta Ruby as well as the Aqua. Yeah, but the scariest is a scary board. Going ahead and the clock swap, finds the Ruby, adds that to his hand, puts in the Memcho, gets access to his yellow if he ever needs it. And he's looking to go. Puts another beater Ruby on top. And we're just going to go ahead and it looks like he's going to swing with the Sacrificial Lambs. Yeah, we're looking at 12k, and I think 11, so yeah. Crashing in here, showing for 1. Take a clean 1 off the top. Gonna swing in for 1 again. Cancel here, and let's see if he gets a trigger. It might be hit, but yeah, Thomas is gonna sit himself back to 3-6. Pocketing another heal. Has a Ain's climax, not the unsuppressible healings climax, but going through. Starts off with the Brainstorm. Going through here now. So Thomas in a commanding lead. Wasn't able to stick too much damage, just get 1 cancel. I think what he wants to do here is just thinking about playing them. No, just gonna go straight into it. Goes ahead and shows him 2. And Kevin will find himself at level 3. I mean, find Simu or thing. Cancel on the 3. Last attack is going to be another standby. Does he put a... Yeah, Albedo in the front. Standby goes through. Does get another cancel. So yeah, it's a weird position for Kevin. So he does have a way into this. He still has a lot of stock to work with, but he needs to find the level 3s in his hand to activate the Ruby combo. The Ruby combo allows him to send up to 2 cards equal to the number of cards in memory times 4,000 points off the refresh point. Pings himself, so had to happen. Bounded. I think he's on like deck 4 now. So yeah, he's I think 5 times 4, 20,000 power. So combined total of 20,000 power. He can send those cards directly to clock, no questions asked, free damage. So looking to see what he can piece together. We're on turn. He's 0, 1, 2. He should be, and then thing 3. So go ahead and commit the Ruby to the field. Commit another copy of the Ruby to the field. Yeah, so this is exactly what we were looking for. And just needs a beater here. So a lot of damage could come through. Does have everything primed and ready to fire off. Yeah, Thomas really needs to cancel this damage. He could take quite a bit here if those rubies hit characters. I think, yeah, there's no combination of characters where 20k doesn't work. So if Thomas reveals 2 characters, he's taking 2 damage, no questions asked. Right, so unfortunately, yeah, those rubies don't get any power. Looks like he's just going to leave it there. I think he wants to crash as many as he can in, and maybe if he does get the defensive, he does get as much cancelable as possible. So the rubies are going to go through, and yeah, we'll see what happens. Not quite sure if Thomas's deck state at the moment, but we could get a Weiss Schwarz moment here. Let's take a watch. Going to go ahead and check. He does have 1k power and 1 soul to assign. Goes ahead and signs it to the Ruby here. Yep, goes ahead and signs the 1k soul to, or 1k 1 power to the Ruby. I think Ruby's going to float at 12k now. I don't think he's beating over. No, I think he's matching the aura. So he's going to go ahead and ditch 1. We're going to peek 2. Oh, Climax and level 1. So level 1 gets immediately sent. The Climax is safe, but there's a cancel that we didn't see. So think of it as a 1 ping cancel. Tom is going to level 3 now. And the damage is going to go through. Does he have irresuppressible feelings? Oh, he has the rest punch available. Yep. So Thomas is going to go ahead and pay 1. He needs to drop an additional card from his hand. And he did have the rest punch available. Pay 5. Add the rest punch. And drop another card from hand. He's just going to, drop a copy of the level 3 Albedo. And he's going to go ahead and rest the other Ruby. And damage is going to go through. So 1, 2, 3. Cancels on the 3rd. Last attack with the Memcho is only going to come in for 2 here. Rest punch coming in clutch to save the damage here. And it's going to come in for 2 and a choice. So we are in a sudden death scenario here with both players at 3-0. Thomas is going to be coming out with a punch as well to keep his Albedo alive. So Thomas at 3-2. Thomas needs to take 3 damage in order to secure the victory here, in order to get the win here off of the sudden death scenario. I believe we're in turn. So Thomas is on his final turn to piece something together. Just needs to pull together 3 damage. Going to clock the aura to 2. Looking for the Climax, probably. Finds the Climax off the top. And just needs to piece these together. Looking at the Climaxes, 1, 2, 3, 4 outs. We cleared 1, 5, so this could be
So I took 8 from 0 to 3, and now I'm 1, 4.
See what we do here. Goes ahead and plays out the irresuppressible. Just only gets a burn 1 here. Switching in the Albedo, the 2-2 for the change. Gonna go ahead and start with 3 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 sticks through, and that should be game here. But we're going to go ahead and swing out the damage just to get the conclusion. 1 ping goes through, and then lastly, swing cancels.
Yeah, he said 4 coming back. I'm like, well, I'm not here at 2, 3, 3. I'm like, I have this.
I could be wrong about the Sunday. I don't remember whose turns it is right now. But we're going through. Refresh point. Last attack's going to come in for 1. Cancels off that, and it's going to show him cancels on 2. So it looks like we're in a judging scenario. We have reached the turn limit, and we will do damage calculations. And off of 1 damage at the very end, Thomas does find a win by 1 damage on the sudden that turns. So congrats to Thomas. Well-fought match. Jordan pulled himself back in. Almost found a way, but the rest punch ultimately was his doom. That's round 1. We'll be back soon for round 2 coming up. Stay around. I don't remember how to do this. Where's my co-caster? Anyone want to cast with me? All right, all right, all right. We are back soon. It's ready for round two. Feature match today for round two is going to be Randy M on the Uma Musumes and Brian Y on PJS. See, they're good though. Right, grading run with it. They just started, but they had like 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah, you're all good. So, going into the Uma matchup, I'm not too familiar with the Umas because I think this is a changed version of Randy's deck, which I do know. And we have Project Sekai as well, another deck I'm not too ultimately familiar with, but I'm going to go ahead and try to sneak their deck stuff up. Randy coming in with the 3. Cancel off the top. There we go. Let me pull up all of their deck lists because we pulled in the wrong people. So just give me a hot second here. Go ahead and watch the damage go through. It looks like these boys are just going to run around and slam their zeros at each other. Oh, so Brian's going to be on the event PJS deck. And let me find Randy's. Ah, yes, the Encore split. Going through. So coming back to the match, I have their decks listed and all that stuff. Swinging through, going to find out and beat over the 0. It looks like he's just going to do those 2 swings, and Randy goes and actually cancels both of them. So Randy has a climax in stock that he may want to pay out. Starting off with Eagle Love. Excuse me, horse friends, I may not say the names correctly, but starting off with Eagle Love. Does get plus 15 power on play. And when the cards gets another 15. So, yep, he's just going to beat over the Brainstormer. And does get a check 2. Adds both. And another climax for Mr. Yoshihara here. A little difficult of a situation. Going to go ahead and take his clock, draws 2. What's another climax? He is maybe not having it today. Brainstorm, it's another climax. And if we go through his deck, is he out? This does not look clean. This looks like a predicament. He needs to get through his deck pretty quickly. Is, I believe, playing the level 1 combo with, I don't know the PJS guys' names. I'm so sorry here. But we are, his goal is to get through the deck ASAP. We're on damage control right now. But ultimately going to play out, I believe this is a Arisu for events. Yeah, Arisu for events. Goes out and committing to the board. Adds another Brainstormer. Probably going just to go through here. Swings in for 1, takes the 1 off of that. Pays the 1 stock, sends it to memory, takes a clock, and he's going to reveal 2. And add both to hand. Coming in for 3, gets a trigger. Randy finding himself at 0-5. And last attack also coming in for pretty clean swings here from Brian on the rebound. So backswing, what is Randy going to do here? Umas are down. And starting off with the clock, seeing what he wants to do, goes ahead and clocks his level 3 to add 2 cards. He didn't clock turn 1. All right, thanks for that. Maybe stream nerves? So Uma coming down, another copy of, I believe that's the Ricky. Satone Diamond? Something Diamond? And committing the zeros to the field. We'll get over, yeah, pretty much goes over both of these. Is showing a dual lane now. Yeah, gonna swing over, give the power, cancel in 2. And then another one gonna come in for 2 here. 2 goes through, and Brian will find himself at 1. Board does get white, but his hand is fairly healthy. So, not too many climaxes out. Could have played defensive options. Does get the run back. Or clean cut. Pretty much attacks with just the same things from last turn. Brian goes ahead and clocks 2. I think he has like 9 cards in hand right now. Off of the Aqua effect. Let's count together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 climaxes out. Yeah, he needs to get through his deck. Starts off with the cigarettes effect. I think it's Mako. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know PJS or any of the Miku stuff here. But yeah, just committing some more stuff to the board, getting as much cards out of his deck as possible to clean out the deck and just get into deck 2 as soon as possible. Playing the 1-0, this is a climax combo with the choice. When you play an event, you may give this card 2k, so it's going to be 75 on the swing, once per turn that is. When you play the climax, this card's in the front, and you have another character. Oh no, they have names, so he gets to salvage specific name cards. Sorry, I'm not too familiar. We will see what happens, but I will try to commentate as we go along. Does have the combo ready to go. Grabs a copy. Oh, gets the event, the 2 events. So he gets a copy of the Punch Cigarettes event as well as the Stock Charge Len event. Opting to go with double event here, or double cigarettes. And will find himself out of this hole. 4 cards left in deck. Climax swaps or refreshes out, and we'll have 8. So coming in for the swing, it's going to show 2. Finds a cancel here. Going in for 4. 4 sticks through, and Randy finds himself at 1-6. Last one coming in for 2 more. And Randy finds himself immediately at 2-0 or 2-1 right now. On the draw, on the swing back, gets that free damage off the top. All 8 are going to be out, so he needs to find some cards into his hand and recoup as much value as possible. Has the Air Eagle in the back, does get the Brainstorm. Sakura Chono. Yeah, it's going to go ahead and Brainstorm off. Ends up hitting 1 off the salvage. Is going to get, I believe that is that Grass Wonder. I think I know these. Nope, it's Santono Diamond. Santono Diamond gets the Inheritance. Going to inherit the Brainstorm as well. Yeah, so if he gets the Climax here, this is a Climax with the Stock Soul. If he has the Climax and he has 2 or more other cards, he looks up to 5. Choose up to X. So he gets to choose up to 2 cards from the top 5. And then, if not, if he has no marker, then he only gets 1. So he's going to get 4 cards if everything comes up and go through his deck. Lays down a Stock Soul, gets the stock. Going to just put another copy, or just a level 0 here. And checking his deck state to see what's here. It looks like he's going to refresh this turn. So giving the power over, going to get the gold bar into the blind stock. PJS Punch will just mill out the 1 card. So long as he doesn't hit an event, this will be pretty good. So PJS Punch prevents that free 1 from him. Does the first mill. go ahead and take the refresh. Gets the ping though. Second mill. Ultimately, he just has to grab that character. I think it's a level 3. Right, gave the power. And 2. 2 goes through. So I'm going to go check the top up to 5. Going to see what he wants here. Probably just going to grab the Brainstormer. Has a marker. Gets 2. We're going to do a refresh check here before those 2 cards will go in. We're going to count. Yeah, I think he's just checking what kind of he's facing down. So Randy, I believe, is going to be on the Burn 1 Mocha combo here. And 1. Yep, there it is. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 climaxes in. So yeah, a lot of climaxes either stuck in hand, stock. Yeah, I think we counted 5 together. Does add the 2 to his hand, gets a little bit of value there. But then go all the way through Brainstormer as well. And I'm going into deck 2 now. Refresh point. And refresh, level 3. Showing in for 3. So 3 gets stick. We've got a pretty close game. This has been a game of just back and forth face. Last attack coming in. He's going to do his check 5. Does see a copy of the level 3. I think that's exactly what he wants. As well as another copy of his level 1 combo. It's going to be another 3. Does cancel on the 3 though. So Brian avoids level... no, he doesn't avoid. He's only level 2-2. So full grip on the bounce back. Oh, Stone Diamond. I got it. Not Sutton Diamond. What is that? Saton? 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 I'm going to look up what this horse's name is. Satono Diamond? Satono Diamond. All right. Satano Diamond? Okay. Yeah? Cool. Satano Diamond's sitting at a 4K on the backswing, so not too strong. We'll be able to get over. Looks like Brian does commit an EP for 2 or less, I believe, and gets the heal off as well. Oh no, this is event 6 or more. Or, yeah, event 6 or more. Which he does. And heal off event 6 or more. Alright, doing a check 3. Looking what to add to hand here. Oh no, it's not an add here. Just a peek. Gonna go ahead and get his stock charge. Add this to stock. 3, 4. Does hit a climax, so he does get to stock again. Yep. So the Len Brainstorm event is add a character from waiting room to stock. Brainstorm 3. If you hit a climax, you may add another card for blind stock. I think it's blind stock, not double blind stock. So getting a lot of money. So just to kind of give you a preview of what's happening, Brian's level 3 combo is he can play it early out with 2 or less climaxes. Does have a bounce on top of it for 2K. As well as a pay 2 when this card attacks. If you have 3 or more cards in memory, you may pay the cost to burn 1. That is not the combo. What am I talking about? I know this one's the combo. So this is pay 1, drop 1 when this card attacks if you have the level 3 choice. If you have 4 or more events in memory, you do this effect 2 times. I believe this is when your opponent cancels, you deal 3 twice. So, burns the field here. Wasn't paying attention, but covers the field. Randy finds himself at 2-6 now. Gotta ahead and get his peak up. Oops. 2, 3, check 4. Gets his brainstorm. What does he want to add? Yeah, just adds another copy of Satono Diamond. Looks like he's going to try to loop his combo one last time. Get as close as possible there. Plays out the Satono Diamond. Yeah, still thinking about the Satono Diamond. I know her name now. Yeah, ends up adding Satono Diamond's hand. Does a power check probably here to see how big these are. Sacrificial Yuki no Bijin. I think I know this one. Oh, no, I'm just going to inherit it. Inherit this, the Yuki no Bijin. Another copy of Satono Diamond and a Yuki no Bijin. Sacrificial Yuki no Bijin. He gets to look at the top twice. Waiting room it or leave it on top. Yep. Sticking the Satono Diamonds again. Activates the stock so everyone goes through, and he's going to swing in. So probably wants to refresh his deck here. Looks like he will be, and he's going to set it up to try to get that climax in as well. Going to go ahead and add the 2, and then steal for 3. 1 cancel off the top. I think that's Satono Diamonds like 9K though. It's going to go 1, 2. Checking 3, finds a climax, not what he wants. And goes all the way. Just grab, yeah, he can only grab 1 off this and grabs the Tokai Teo. Cancel on 2. Last attack here, gonna crash in. Swinging in for 2 more here. So 1 more refresh check, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in, fairly thin deck, a lot of cards out. Not level 3 quite just yet. But player's pretty much going to go into refresh here, so we're going to get a little bit of shuffling action. And let's take a look at Brian's board and what he wants to do on the backswing here. Most likely it's just get as much damage as possible and then swing out with his level 3 combo. Try to get as much cancels. So there's not really much counterplay that the Uma player can do here in terms of setting up the deck. There's no like real good deck state. You can have like a mix, right? Do you take the 3 or the 4 from her, or do you take the double 3? And it seems like taking 3 seems to be the case, like the ideal case, or you just have to cancel all 3. So going into 3 does get the 2, and we're gonna find himself at 2-4 now. So starting off with the brainstorm, I'm gonna go ahead and pay for it. Finds 2, gets a double search here. And yeah, it looks like he's just gonna set up his level 3, floats us to the top, possibly thinking of maybe he can get the early play heal out once again by sticking 6 more vents. Has 2 in his hand, and yeah, that's exactly what he's gonna do. Go ahead, 1 copy of his level 3 finisher, and 1 copy of the level 3 early play. Checks for events, try to get that heal down. Make it just a little bit harder for the player to get through. Yep, so starts off with the Mako, finds a climax, and an event, gets a level, I think it's going to be a level 1 only. Yep, so it just gets a copy of the Arisu for events. And let's see, yeah, it's probably going to play the Len event here, just get that stock going. So stocks, yeah, stock character, checks 3, and hits 1, so he gets the blind stock again. Blind stock goes through. I believe he's counting, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 events. Needs 2 more. I think he has 1 in hand left over. one more copy of the Len as well. So Len event is going to go ahead and brainstorm one more time. Go ahead and stock. We'll do 1, 2, 3. There's the 6th event. Or there's all the events. All 3 events. Doesn't get an extra blind stock, but does get that and is able to play the early play on now they have 6 or more. Gonna go heal off the event here. Yep, and gets a pretty strong swing here. Opportunity for game is gonna be representing 6 triggers. Will represent the game. So we'll see. Starts off with the Arisu, adds the event to hand, drops 1 of the non-level 3 climax combo, or the the non-climax combo level 3. Swings in for 3, so we're gonna go see 1, 2, 3. Cancels on the 3rd. Cancels on the 1. And a really big thing is if Randy can cancel another time, this is not a bad. So Randy is now poised with a difficult, the only player Randy is going to be poised with a difficult decision here. Opponent's sitting at 2-3, but doesn't really have a lot of push here. With I can read the horse names. Give me a second here. Horse names. It is Eclair, Karen, Eclair, Karen Eclair. That's her name. I only know a few of the horses' names. Sorry if I'm butchering this. But let's go into the profile for the Karen Eclair. That's her name. So it does have a top check X add equal to the Umas that you have. So when it comes into play, you can check up to, I believe this is going to be up to 3. This is how you find the climax combo. It doesn't have a heal in play. That's its downside. But climax combo with the bar, if this card has inheritance, he gets to deal 1 damage. And he gets to look at the top 2 and he gets the Mocha for 2. So pretty good for finishing, but does not have a lot of reach here. Starts another one off with just hitting the brainstorm. So yeah, I think the case here is he wants to deal as much damage as possible, get as much as pings in, and then refresh his deck to as many climaxes as possible. All 8, if preferably, of course, just to maximize his potential for canceling. Has a pretty healthy stock setup, and I think the question here is, does he need to be wary of any tricks here? There is a 2-1 event. Let's take a look. Nope, that's not it. Any funny tricks here that we should be scared of? Nope. I don't see any stock tricks or anything here. Correct. Oh, I have a 3. I see a 3/3 in here. No, this is just a grant ability. All right, so it's just gonna be damage coached. I don't think there's any trolls. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. But yeah, looking through, finding as many climaxes as possible. Probably looking at 7 here. And yeah, we want to see what happens. Stock to play with, has inheritance. So yeah, it's a case of he needs to get the Tokai Teo out, which we did see him grab earlier, heal down. And sit himself with as many climaxes as possible and hope for the best that the swing is off the top. Don't reveal climax. Oh no, Tokai Teo is the swap. Is the sock swap. Never mind. Not the Tokai Teo. Vodka? Daiwa? Scarlet? Daiwa Scarlet is the heal? Taking a look. I think it's the vodka that's the heal. Or commit the Daiwa Scarlet and then change into the vodka for the heal. Is probably his best bet here. Wait, this is funny. The Daiwa Scarlet actually just hard counters any punches from here. So, does he have a Daiwa Scarlet? He does have the Daiwa Scarlet. He needs to get the vodka into the waiting room though. So Daiwa Scarlet comes out. His opponent cannot play any backups or vents from hand during the battle. And vodka means you can't play any backups. So Gonna check a little bit. Doesn't want to hit too many. He just wants to get something. Maybe if he can get vodka in the back, it will heal down. But anytime he sees a climax, it could be bad. I don't think he grabbed. We'll see what. We'll try to see what he has on the flay. Oh, I think that was a vodka. Oh, that's fine vodka just off the top, and goes ahead and plays the vodka out here. So full field now. I think he's just missing the one inheritance, and then 3 hands. Oh yeah, changes into the vodka for the heal, and yeah, he's just gonna bum through. Get as much as possible. So he's missing 1 effect. I believe he's missing 1 inheritance on the Eclair Karen. Yep, so goes ahead and gets the bummed burn 1 for free. So yeah, he's representing 4 8. A very, very rare chance, but oh, okay, just 4, I guess. Yeah, 4 or 5. I mean, yeah. 1, nope, there it is. Cancel on the top. That's a sigh of relief for him. Gonna go ahead and drop his 1, take the 1. He's gonna mocha 2. Sees nothing. Gonna hit him for 3. So 1, 2, and 3 on the top. Cancel on the 3rd. Yep, that is the mocha. Quintessential mocha for you. And last attack here coming in for just 3. No effect on this one. Or 4? Oh yeah, 4, sorry. Cancels everything here. But I think Randy's going to be floating with 6 climaxes in his deck. So not terrible. Has a world. There's a world where we live another turn. So it's going to be on Brian's options to respond. Has a lot of stock to play with. Not sure if he's set up with the hand yet, though. We only know he grabbed 1 level 3, and we're not seeing another copy of it in his hand either. Goes for the draw. Another copy of the EP heal. Always an option just to heal down, and options to go to 3 here. And see what's on the top. Gets a copy of the level 1 climax combo. So he needs to piece together the finisher here. Has all the stock to do it. Only has 1 copy of it as of now. Unless one of those is an SP, and I can't really see. So we're going to see what happens. Starts off with just brainstorming. Goes ahead and searches out a copy of... I believe this is also another version of... Oh, this is a Akatsuki. Or a Fukujiro. Sorry. Oh, on leave when it leaves play, so that's what he grabbed. Goes again. Does get the did have the climax swap ready to go. So 1 last brainstorm to finish it off. Gonna go back into the deck. Gonna be a hot second here before we get into the action here, but yeah, he's trying to piece together this level 3 combo. Has enough, I think, for all 3 as long as he doesn't spend any more money. So he'll get 2 guaranteed. I think he has 4 events. Yeah, there's a copy of it. So floating 2 in his hand. And its cost is going to be pay 1, drop 1. So he has 6 stock to play with. He can commit 3 to the board if he finds a 3rd one, or it just happens we all have all 3. And then he can play a Len event to get some extra stock just to make sure that's right. Oh, never mind. Oh, that wasn't a refresh. We'll see if it's shuffled or not. So we did see the top. We did reveal it or refresh for some reason. Oh, he's going to add the burn 3 effect onto her. So yeah, actually he's just going to commit the 1. Adding the burn 3 effect onto her. So she has an instance of burn 3 and additional soul. So yeah, she's going to go off. So we're going to go ahead and pay 1. We're going to drop 1. And first things in first, we're going to burn 3. Or when it's reverse, burn 3. So 3. 4 goes through, and we're in danger now. So 1, cancel. All right, so cancel, 1, 2, 3, and that's game. All right, so that's round 2 for us. Fist from both players, but yeah, it looks like it was kind of a slugfest. Both players trying to fix some weird deck states, weird hand states, but ultimately the PJS player is able to piece the last attack together and clutches the win there. All right, stay tuned for round 3. We'll be back shortly. I would like to believe they have 4. All right. We are back again for round 3. feature match today, or this time around, is going to be David L on D side and Michael M on Guilty Gear Strive. So a little bit of a JP flavor and a little bit of English flavor in this mixed environment exclusive. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup. And by that, I mean I don't know what D side deck he's playing. So we're going to learn together, everyone. Just waiting for everyone to get settled, and Simu, go ahead and call the time. It looks like players are ready on our feature match stream to go. Don't remember who's going first here, but we'll take a look. All right, everyone, let's learn this matchup together. I don't know, this is such a rare matchup. It's something you don't really normally see every day with the English exclusive Guilty Gear Strive. Now in stores, but very hard to find. Well, here locally at the very least. Yep, so just waiting for the judge to give the ready.
After this round will be a 15-minute break. So once you're done with this round, go ahead. If you need to get food or whatever, just go ahead and get that. All right. All players, your time starts now. You may begin.
We're good to go. Looks like the Strive player will start off and goes ahead for his draw. Let's see what he does here. Thinking about his opening hand. And oh, yeah, I believe he's going to be on the bar standby Ramdale deck. Right, it just drops the Arisu. I believe this is going to be like an Arisu thing. So the Jacko, when it's, I think it's Rico effect. Oh, add one, drop one. And then pay one, drop one. Reveal two. Your opponent chooses one. All right, so yeah. Just swinging in. I think it's going to be a cancel. And I don't remember the D-side names, but I do remember. That thing is huge. That's all that matters. So really big. Coming in for two with the crystal. Oh, it's the Pew Pew deck. And comes in for another two off the zeros. So he has the 1K runner that can send himself to memory if he lives for the next turn, as well as this is going to be, yeah, this is like the 3-5 Ricky. So it goes back to base, so we got a 2K power line as well as a 1K power line, so nothing too difficult to beat over. He's going to go ahead and start off with the Brainstorm Ram deal. We'll see what's off the top. Doesn't hit anything. And I'm looking to find some zeros to play here. So this is like the gauge charge Jacko here. So when this card becomes reversed, you get to put it into memory, and that essentially just becomes your gauge. So Guilty Gear Strive is like a sick deck because it does play with like the fighting game mechanics in some ways. It does have cancels, bursts, as well as a meter gauge that is really determined by the amount of cards you have in memory. So a lot of cards will put themselves in the memory, and a lot of cards will check for memory and pay memory out, and that acts as your meter. So goes ahead and adds the Jacko stock charge, and gonna go ahead and play the, I believe this is the Ricky Eno with the check to rearrange. And yeah, double contesting, I believe, both running spots. So yeah, he's just gonna get this runner here. Well, he's gonna tie. If he runs the, he gets the tie here. And it's gonna go ahead and play the Biken out. Put one into clock. And look it up to 3, add 1. Yep, so runner goes through. He's going to go ahead and tie the Eno. We're going to go ahead and swing in the middle first. Comes in for 2. 2 is going to cancel off the top, so a double cancel from David on the side here. Biken's going to go through. I think it's going to be a side. I don't think that Biken's big enough. Just takes the 1, and he's going to double trade on this runner for 2 more. 2 is going to go through. Makes himself some nice stock. And gets rid of the memory runner. David L on the draw. Goes the clock, still sitting at 0-5. Was able to get the Riki to stay alive. Gonna start off with I know Christina. That's the only one I know. I'm sorry. I know Rantura and Christina. So it starts off with the Brainstorm Christina here. Oh no, this is the Resonate thing. Oh no, it's not even Christina. It's Jessica. Sorry. This is the front 500 Jessica. I think you can ditch the level 3 Jessica and look for a knocker up character. Add it to hand from. Oh, search. I think if you ditch the. Yeah, the level 3 Christina. So like a weird Resonate search. Resonate outlet discard search with that Christina, and that's what he does. So. And gets the arrow. I know arrow too. So this is the 3K arrow. That also has the drop 1 when displays winning room. Look at 4. Oh, Fukujiro. There you go. Yep, so just going to get over both of the remaining characters from Michael's side. So I think right now he does take damage. Now he's thinking of charging. Yep, goes ahead and charges his meter. Gets meter from taking damage there. And we're just going to beat over that. There you go. On the draw. Both characters are level 0, so this is quite a stalled out game for early level 0s. I think last time we had pretty much a straightforward beating from both players coming through. Draw 2 comes through. Restands his Brainstormer and see what he wants to do on the clock phase. Checking the powers, these things are still big. I think the arrow is still going to be a 3K power line. And the Riki will also still be 3. No, he's going to be 2K, so can pretty much get over these. Needs to figure out what color. Gonna go ahead and get the red of up online, so that gives him access to any standbys if he does happen to grab it. I'm not sure if he has one available in his hand, ready to go. But in this deck, this one works really funny, in which the level 1 doesn't. There's like a weird level 1 and a pseudo level 1 combo. With Lucifero, where Lucifero, if he sees a climax, he does get power and soul. So there's your 1K one. And then you have the 1K, or the standby with the Jackal 1-0. I believe that lets you get Search 2 off of the standby. So, does Brainstorm. Floating the Giovanna, but can't quite play it this turn, I believe. Ends up grabbing another copy of the bike in level 0. Oh, there's his color. That's why he grabbed it. Okay, so yeah, gets the bike in level 0, adds the green, and green's online. And he does have a copy of a standby ready to go. Plays out the Giovanna and the anti-selection soul here. So this one's going to be pretty important. Let me see if I can do my fancy thing here. So gives front 500, I believe, and the your characters in front of this can't be chosen by your opponent's effects. So this one's pretty important to have online for any effect choices. Does get the bike and standby in, and restands the bike in. All right, we're missing a few things, but yeah, people can't choose your characters. And then when you do reveal a trigger icon, you get to give something plus 15. So yeah, clearly beating over all these stat lines here. Just gonna go. I think he's just gonna go ahead and swing through. Bike and restand combo lets him pull the 2/2 bike into play. And looks like we're just trying to figure out what he wants to do in terms of where and how he's going to deal damage. But yeah, a little bit about the bike in here. If all your characters are Guilty Gear, gets plus 3/5 and hand on course. 9500 2/2. It has the restand with the CX combo. And then it also has an act ability where you can send this to the bottom and you can search out a character. or salvage a character and then choose another character plus 2k. So swings coming through, a few damage sticks. Yeah, this thing's gonna be like a grind of a game. Does get another standby and goes ahead and standbys the Ram supporter. And last attack coming in for 3. Ooh, no cancels. So David finds himself at an early 1-6. Gonna use the effect of the arrow to Fukujiro here. And doesn't grab anything, so he's gonna minus a card. I want to say it, I don't know, I don't think his name is Rantar, but he's gonna go ahead and Ricky here. Pay the 1, check his hand, see what color he needs. Probably looking to grab yellow here. Yep. So with yellow, we'll give him access, I believe, to the early play. Or at least the 1-0 sewer sliders. Arya? Arya. So it does give him the access to the Arya sewer slider combo. Or not so much combo, but the change effects. Is it the sewer slider? Oh, no, it's his combo. But we'll see when we get there. Adds the brainstormer to the field, gets the free marker. Yeah, does go ahead and get the Arya. Going to put the change into the memory so that he can change out. And just hard plays another copy of the Arya combo there. And so if we can go to a quick thing of what's happening. Oh wait, is that even the right one? Yeah, that is. Of course, that's the right one. I would really, really hope that's the right one. But this one is pay 1 when this card attacks if you have the climax in play. And you have 2 or more other knocker uppers. Look at the top 3 cards, add a knocker upper or add a character. Send the rest to waiting room, and when this card attacks, you can trigger twice. So you get double trigger. Starting off with the Christina, just going to beat over the 1k bike in here. 2 is going to go ahead and stick, and then we're going to go ahead and do our top 3 checks here. So he's going to go ahead and pay 1 to get the double trigger and his effect. And it's going to check all 3, finds 2 climaxes, but adds a character. He needs to show that there, of course, yeah. He goes ahead and shows the character. Or he didn't show the character. Let's assume that he did. But we know it's a character. We saw what it was. And coming in for 3. Right, both players pretty much going to be taking a refresh here. Starting with David. And we're doing a climax count, I think. And refresh. Clean. Cancels on the 3rd one. Second one coming through. Can't actually beat over the bike, and this isn't the combo effect that I thought it was, but going to go in for 2. Oh, no, it is. Yeah, it is. It is the anti-level, or at least just deal with it. Puts the bike into stock. And we're finding ourselves with 1-6. Gets the Crashes character and doesn't lose anything from it. So Biken did not actually get to charge. So sitting on his 1. Floating the Eno to the top. Yeah, goes ahead and commits the Eno. He's going to double check. Make sure his trigger is safe. Nope, he doesn't do his check. Goes ahead and clocks that door trigger. gonna go ahead and Riki for here. But he grabs. I mean, there's a world where he wants to commit the Luciferos to the field and just get that ready, but oh, it looks like he wants to blow the field. So very unexpected card. He actually searches for the Enomegalomania. So this I have to show because this one's crazy. So the Enomegalomania, when it comes into play, or when this card attacks, plus 500 equal to your characters, but also has an act, pay 4, bump your parent, use 1 bar, I think, or use 1 meter, and bump all level 3 or wind all level 3 or lower characters back to your opponent's hand for 4. Is he gonna commit it? I don't know. But he did float it. So there's a worry here that he doesn't have the ability to do so. I mean, he's floating it. Throws Bikin. Oh, and then this is top check too. Pulls out the Bikin, assuming that he has the. Yeah, that's what he's gonna pull out. Probably pull out. Probably floating another standby. And checking the stat lines here. Yeah, should be good. Gonna go ahead and stand the back and get those free lanes. I think it should be stronger. So Eno's going to crash in here, coming in for just 1. Pop. Bikin. Oh yeah, he knew the standby was there. That's right. He checked. That's right. He saw it. So Bikin comes in, gets another 1, and last one. Yeah, gets power because he saw a trigger. Coming in for 1. Not too much damage coming from the Strive player this time around, so David's going to go to his stand draw and see how he answers this Bikin board. Does have access to the Arias that can bump the Bikins away, but sees if he wants to do that. But just starts off with the Brainstorm first, of course. So plays the Stuffer that gets +1 soul. If you do stuff. And it is going to be a pay 1, drop 1, look at 3, add 1. Does he? A few climaxes there, so yeah, Arya's coming. And yeah, there's that combo again. Yep, so gets to loop his, I believe loops his Arya combo, yep. Counting his climaxes out, trying to get through, so seeing how many he can do. So, climax combo, Arya comes in, switches out, changes to her battle form, and we're going in. So, first Arya's going to go through, he's going to show him 3. Does it? Is that the wrong climax? Is he not going to do the effect? Does it not have the effect? Next one's going to look at 3, add 1. Takes 2, and the last one. Oh, they just look similar. That's actually just a natural 1/1 Arya bumper, stock sewer slider. Stock bomb sewer slider. I see her hands are, her hair is down. So that's why I didn't do it. But yeah. Comes in, Strive finding himself at level 3 now. 2 meter to work with, so I mean there is a world where he just rams. He can just play out the ram combo. find the Luciferos. One of the Luciferos itself is in memory. So yeah, preview of what's going to probably happen here is the Strive player may look to just go balls to the wall now, has enough stock to go out and just play his Ram at the L, of course, out. And I'm not sure if he even has the burst in memory or in clock, but things to look out for. So Ram just has a natural when she attacks, she gets to burn 1 and climax combo with the bar itself. When it's placed in play, you can use the effect to pull out or give this card 3k and then pull, spend your meter and pull out Lucifero from either your waiting room or from your deck and place them on the stage and place them on the stage. The Luciferos will see the climax combo, or we'll see the climax. That will give it +1 soul and 2500 power, and then also has a climax combo with the bar itself that checks if the Ram is in the middle, and they themselves get on attack, pay 2, drop 1, burn 3, and 6k power line. So they become massive. So I think that may be what he's trying to commit here, get in as much damage. There's a kill potential. If he goes off with the Ram combo, he's going to represent potentially I think like 14 damage, I believe, if I'm counting correctly. 3 plus 3, 6, 12. 12 plus 4. 16 damage. So there's the 2 Luciferos. Looks like exactly what he's priming them ready to go. It's just a matter of when here. So his stuff is untargetable, so there's not really much defense. The only side Lucifero will be the one that is vulnerable to any effects. Starts off by playing the Bike and the Delilah effect. Yep, going ahead as climax swap to get the door into his hand, and we're ready to go. Let's fight. Spends his meter. Going to go ahead and play out the first Lucifero. It's the second Lucifero. And we're good to go. So, gonna go ahead and do a burn 1. And it's gonna swing in for 3. So all 3 will stick. So we're in a danger zone right now. The Luciferos themselves, both attacks represent lethal. So any form of 2 3s will do this here. So a refresh penalty is happening. Going to level 3, 3, 3, and yep, needs 2 instances of any of his damages to stick here. So he has a representation of 3 and possible side opportunities. So I think that's exactly what he's gonna do here. He's gonna go maybe siding. Let's see. So he's gonna go ahead and pay 1, draw 1, cancels the burn. He's gonna get the attack. It's going to come in for standby, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, cancels the 3 as well. So it needs to stick the 4, unfortunately. So yeah, he needed to stick 2 instances of damages in any form of way. So this last attack will need to stick. And yeah, regardless, these guys are huge with the climax combo. So needs to stick basically 6 off the top. Going to go ahead and swing. Oh, doesn't actually. Just goes and swings in 4. Oh, does he need meter? Okay, opts not to burn then. It does cost hand and stock. Or does it cost 2? I don't think he had the 2 ready. That's correct. He did not. So couldn't actually do the second Lucifero. All right, so David gets to answer back with his own climax combo finish here. And I believe is going to be on the Christina Go Pew Pew. So let's take a look as he sets it up. So based on what he showed us, oops. Not Chris, I don't know why I keep calling her Christina. Jessica, white go. Comes into play, gets a heal. This one's a pay 4, ditch 1. If this is in the center, if you have the climax, you can pay the cost. And you have 2 or more other characters. You get to burn 1, burn 1, burn 1. So 3 burns. So yep, there is the Jessica onto the field. Another copy of the Jessica. So only gets to see one of them. I think he's just playing this to heal off. So you're only allowed to do one Jessica, as she does need to be in the center slot. Or he's not gonna commit it. Oh no, at the end of your center slot's character's attack. You may pay the cost. You may pay for... Just kidding, I can read. Yep, so we're gonna go home. Jessica, go pew, 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 pew. Let's see what happens here. So we're gonna go ahead and attack. This is gonna be a natural 2. Or 3 cancels. Coming in for 3 again. There's the 1. So he will have enough for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Needs to hit a choice. If he hits a choice, he can do double Jessica here. So onto a fresh deck. We're gonna get the refresh here. This will be pretty painful if this sticks. So 1, 2, 3 goes through. And then that happens. Now we're gonna go ahead and do climax combo. So we're gonna go ahead and swing in. This needs to cancel. This is gonna be 3. This needs to cancel. This needs to cancel. All right, cancels 3. All right, so he gets pings 3. So he needs to see 1 cancel on the top 3 in order to live here. So first one, there it goes, safe. 2, and 1 more. Lives at 3-6 and gets a counter swing opportunity here. Ram is still on the field, so if he can find actually another copy of the bar, he can maximize his damage potential. But 1, 2, 3, I think he's quite a few. This might be the end here for the DCT player. So has the Ram, but needs to kind of piece together a finisher opportunity. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out. Yeah, so he might even not even need to do that. He's just going to go ahead and move. Oh, he gets the natural burn 1. So even in a better position. So yeah, this is looking like writing on the wall here with the natural burn 1s from the Ram. So Ram just going to come in, gets the natural burn 1. Yep, burn 1 goes through, and then he's going to swing in for 2. Yep, needs 2 to finish this game here. Going to go ahead and swing on the right side for a burn 1. Swinging in for 2. And there's the cancel there. And that will be game. So yeah, we got to see both climax combos. Jessica's Pew Pew was 1 stock off. If he had hit a choice in any point of that attack, he could have gotten a double machine gun from the Jessica, but unfortunately no choice on that there. But pretty good game. Clutching it out by the GG Strive player. So that's it for Game 3. We'll stick around and we'll follow up with, of course, Game 4. Players will be taking a short break, so we will be taking a little extra time before we come back. So stay tuned. What song do I play? back into round 4 after this break. Shout out to the Gold Star team for getting everyone pizza. So something to eat in the meantime. Yeah, right now we are going to go ahead into round 4 and set up. 1 second. Can you get his first and second cards off of the fucking stream?
Wait, why?
We're good. It's the Kaido.
Huh?
It's Kaido.
Oh.
It's the dragon. It's the One Piece dragon.
Oh, kind of, yeah.
It's Kaido. As long as they're not what that one was.
That was just a sleeve.
I know, but still. Let me see. Is that Ilya? Yugichi. I don't want no black censor bars on Twitch.
She wasn't showing nothing. She's still a lady.
All right, a little bit of some clothing malfunction on stream, but we're all solved. First and seconds are going. It looks like Alex is off, but we should be ready to go in just a bit here. Just a little bit of talking points. We have 2 decks that I think I'm going to be more familiar with this time, so hopefully I can be a little bit more colorful here. But on the left side, we have Alex D, the Sacramento representative for the WGP under the HoloLive. And under HoloLive, he's going to be playing Kanata Marin in his version of Kanata Marin. On the right, we have Mick going to also be representing ONK. So once players are ready, we'll go ahead right into the commentary and start this off. But players are going to go ahead and choose who's going first and who's going second using the Licorice Recoil for seconds. So let's see who's going to go first. This is the first HoloLive on stream, so I'm going to play the secret sound. Michael, this song goes out to you if you're listening before we get on there. But yeah, to everyone right there, Michael Chen II, our dear friend, decided that he'd rather go skiing than play card games with the boys. So this one goes out to him. Goes out to Michael Chen II in memory of him not being here with us today. All right, going right into it. Alex is going to go ahead and start off. Drops Kanata Punch as well as the Marin. Oh, no, never mind. It's going to be the ONK player starting. And right out the bat, goes to the clock phase. Going to go ahead and drop the Akane stock charger, or cancel stock charger. And goes ahead and plays out the I Memory Ricky here. Just starting it off. Going to the side here, making sure he can't get punished by the plus, or by the 3,500. But yeah, just going to go ahead and take the 3 off of the empty pants, unfortunately. Alex goes and he goes go ahead and draw actually the Kanata Climax now. So Alex drops the level 0 Luna. Has better things to do other than Luna. And so yeah, taking a read of the Oshinoko Eye. So this eye is on death specifically, or on reverse. You can pay the 1, send her to memory, and put 1 card from your clock into your waiting room, or into your clock. 1 card from your waiting room into your clock, and then drop search any card. I believe this is any card. Yeah, any showbiz card. So Alex is just going to commit the Aqua to the front, get that 3,500, shows 2, and he's going to go ahead and do 2 Akis on the left and right. Swings in for another 3, cancels on the 3rd one, and going to climb over this, and coming in for another 2, I believe, or just the 1 here. So, yep, goes ahead and activates, gets that Climax out. That's pretty good of a constellation. Puts in the Akane, the 1-0 Akane. Or is that the 1-0? I'm not sure. I believe this is, yeah, this is the 1-0 Kane. And goes ahead and grabs Aqua, prepping himself for level 1. So yeah, the card does go to the bottom here. So that's one of the beater Kanes here. So finds himself at 0-5. No opportunity to get himself to level 1, so he needs to find a level 0 line. Just to contest these, the Akis aren't too big, but the Aqua is 3,500 specifically in the center slot. Aki, I believe, will be sitting specifically at, where is his Aki? I think it's a 2,500, yeah, 2,500 stat line, which has the effect of Ricky, or another Stuffer Ricky, and he gets to pay 1, clock 1 from waiting room and salvage. Great. Starts off by playing the double trigger Aqua, so we've seen this card before. When it comes into play, oh no, sorry, this is the Clock Swapper Aqua. So he gets to grab a card from Clock, and then he has to stuff a card into Clock, which he goes ahead and does with the event. And this also has the free fresh for 1, and I wouldn't say free, but it's refresh for 1 and 1 card. Goes ahead and drops the Akane as well. Probably going to go ahead and side here. And then there's the double trigger Aqua, which does do a double trigger, but you do have to pay out the last one immediately. That also has the JC. Really, really, really strong card. I do say so myself, but we're going in. Contest doesn't look like he can contest the field. The stat line is a little bit too weak, but he will get the side opportunities and prevent any shenanigans of, you know, just having Alex is representing a super clock effect to get him to level 1. He can get to level 1 if he wants. So he's going to go ahead and Rico the second Akane, find the B-Man Kana. Probably going to save that for later. But just going through stat lines is a little bit too weak here, so he's probably just going to side through everything. So here's the first side. He's going to go to side for 1. Yep, exactly what happened. Side again. Side here for 1. And we're going to go ahead and get, of course, the last side, which is the event for 1. Alex finds himself at level 1. Probably going to be looking for either red. Yeah, red, because he wants to play his 1-0 Mikos just to maintain aboard the Clock Encore Mikos, just in case he does have them or if he wants to pump them out. But at this point, right, he doesn't really need to commit it. Goes ahead and commits the Suisei anti-chain Suisei punch to Clock access to blue. There is, oh my god, her name is lapsing me. Xion Brainstormer goes for 5. Sees 1, so this is an interesting Brainstormer, which it doesn't get to restand if you don't have more, I think. You have to have at least 1 in your clock. Or you have to have 2 in your clock in order to restand. But he's going to go ahead and get his search. Most likely going to set up his pieces for his Kanata combo here. Wouldn't be surprised if he grabs the punch or the level 3 itself, but no, ends up just getting a Rene instead. We didn't get a look at his hand, so I can't really figure out where he's going from here. Rene comes out from the search. Maybe he can flip his hand a little bit. Maybe I'm starting to see why. Has quite a few climaxes in hand that he doesn't want to keep or commit here. So just double checking the Akanes when they do cancel. Mick will be allowed to send the Akane to stock if he cancels. So this is a I want to cancel game. And if you do, I get rewarded. So coming in, sees a door on the first trigger. We're going to go ahead and check what he's going to door. Which one is it going to be? Going to be the 2-1 punch. 2-1 punch. There's the punch for the first piece of the Kanata combo. Takes the 1, finds himself at level 1, goes ahead and clocks blue. I believe, yeah, he is going to be playing the Aqua combo, so wants to get that blue and stuffs his third Akane in there. No cancel, so no stock. Second one comes in, he's going to go ahead and for 1. Here's level 3I, and last one going to possibly JC. Yeah, it looks like he wants to JC the stock for fresh, yeah, the free fresh Aqua. And those two, that's funny. There's 2 Aquas on the board, in the center and in the left. Yeah, does JC, puts it into memory, pulls back the double trigger Aqua, or the free fresh Aqua. So he'll be able to get, once again, the tech to clock swap cards from his hand into his clock. And then has a refresh option in case things go sour. But goes out taking the 1, finds himself at 1-2. And overhand with the double door triggers there from Alex's side. Right back to Oshinoko's side. Seeing 2 climaxes in hand, but I don't think those are the blue ones. I think those are the red ones. So a little spot of trouble if you can find a way to swap those and get as many aquas in hand. Does draw one and I think another climax. So it draws two. Or he may have it. I could just be misjudging here. I'm going to go ahead and play the 1/1 eye event. Going to send that eye to memory, or that event to memory. Going to go ahead and search, probably find the third aqua. Yep. Yeah, and go ahead and sends that to memory. Aqua to hand. Of course, that's not going to be in his hand for any longer. Onto the field it goes. And we are looking for... Does he want to commit maybe the Brainstormer to his back? Or let's see here. Yep, just looking at just the Aqua stat lines, everything's pretty small. I think the Aqua's going to be swinging for 7/5 each. Or no, well, I think they get power on attack equal to your other your opponent's characters. But yeah, these will easily go over. So pretty simple stat line is going to get his 4. He does get to look for the Torch event or the Transforming event. So this is the 1/0 event here. It's a Torch Punch when you are, I think, level 2 or lower. And then when you're level 3 or higher, you can use this and drop 2 copies of this event, essentially, to give something, 2 things minus 2 soul. But just coming in, going to use the Amelia Aqua combo. Just straight grabs whatever he sees on the top. Coming in for 3 here now. And 3 will send Alex to level 2. It's not terrible. It's a spot where he wants to be if he has set up his Kanata combo up and ready to go. So shows blue, shows red, and the last Aqua going to come in for another 3 here. Oh, no. He's going to do his top checks, sees what he's going to grab. And it's looking like maybe the Aqua Fumiya. Is that or stock shot? Let me double check here. The level 3 Aqua is going to be a Fumiya. Does not grab that. Ends up just grabbing another copy of the Torch event, or the Torch transforms, and comes in for 2 here. 2 goes through. So, Alex to respond. Took quite a bit of damage, but we did see a double trigger, so not unsurprising that happened. A little bit unfortunate, but going to use the effect of his first Aqua, or his Aqua Center Aqua. This is going to be, of course, the Aqua effect. He's going to go ahead and stuff a green in, get his color fixed. Look at 2, add 2. So look at 2, find the 2 characters, add those 2 characters. Anything else, you got to ditch that. So healthy hand. I see a lot of Kanatas, and I see the Climax in his hand. So I think what he wants to do here is piece together the Kanatas. He only has 3 stock to play with, so, or 4 stock actually. So not too impossible. So the case here is he needs the full field in order to activate the Kanata combo properly. And what that will allow him to do, he's going to actually activate the Aki, stuff the Aki herself, get a salvage. Maybe there's another copy of the 2/1 thing, or the 2/1 punch there. And floating the 3rd Aki on the stack, seeing if that's going to happen, and I don't believe that's going to happen. So 2 or more in clock goes ahead and gets to stand the Shion, and so he has 2 stock. So he's going to pull 2 Kanatas out, and looks like he also wants to refresh his deck at the same time. Looking into his waiting room, see quite a few climaxes, but most likely he's going to flood the field. Has a really, really healthy hand, so he can put the Coco Brainstormer down, play out the 2 punches, and then he also has a Miko as well, Rainane, a bunch of options to kind of get through the deck. So he wants to play the Rainane first, see what happens on the top, get some little peek action, throws out the Marin to find the 0. 0's a helmet, right? So this will let him shift, basically call the punch to hand if he has it, and also drop another card to filter. So it's basically a double filter, and why we call it a helmet filter. So first things first, he's going to go ahead and play the helmet out. He's going to go ahead and find the level 3 Kanata and the punch Kanata, and let's see, pop, drop 1 to grab Kanata, and then he's going to go ahead and pop the helmet. Pop the helmet? Yep, pop the helmet to grab the punch. And swap that out. Perfect. So has pretty much everything ready to go for this Kanata combo. But The downside is he only has 2 stock. I believe he does run the stock charge ability, the stock charge content as well, if he wants to just get the stock. If he does, I don't believe he actually runs the stock charge content. Oh, he had 3 stock available. So yeah, gets 3 stock, puts all 3 ready to go. He's gonna heal 3. Basically, he gets to heal 3, and then has 6 things to do. He gets, for each one, he gets to either choose to stock. He gets a stock soul. He gets to either stock a card or add the card back to his hand. And his goal here is most likely he wants to try to loop this effect as much as possible. So here's a stock 1 soul. He's going to change everything first off of the combo, changing all into 3 Kanatas. Each Kanata will heal. He will now go ahead and use the stock soul ability to add a card to stock, or level, I think level 1 or lower. The Kanatas will all get their +1 soul, so they're all swinging out for 3 soul. And now he's going to choose, it looks like he's floating 3 cards. A Marin, 2 copies of the Punch, 1 copy of the Helmet, and what does he want to do here? A copy of the Anti-Chain Suisei Punch, so not sure if he's familiar with Oshinoko. There is a few early plays that can be played out in the, I believe this is going to be the EP Ruby. But yeah, goes ahead and adds sticks straight to hand. Hand is filled and cost him everything. But yep, hand is back to 3. Cancels on the first, goes ahead again 4. This one's going to be for 4 actually. So cancel on the 2. Last swing coming in for another 3. And I think he's trying to see if he wants to float the torch here. So I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Go ahead and torch 1, 2. Sees and can grab. Nope. There's the, yeah. He's trying to see if he can float the cancel off. But ends up, he's going to check the eye. I think he wants to see if this is worth, if this is early playable or punchable. But I believe that eye is just an alternative finisher. All right, ends up, I'm not sure if he grabbed anything, but goes in for 2. Or 3, this should be 3 actually. He cancels on 3 again. So not able to stick any damage, unfortunately. He does get the Kanata combo. And it's going to be on Mixed side to respond if he has anything. So these Kanatas are going to be sitting at 11k apiece, which is going to be pretty difficult for him to climb over. Several options here. When you're playing against the Kanata deck, you really want to get them to 3 as soon as possible, because if you looked at the cards that Alex had put into his hand, a lot of it was to set up another round of Kanatas. He's going to kill off his own Kanatas if Alex himself doesn't, or sorry, not Alex, Mick himself doesn't kill them off himself, and then he's going to try to replay, get the heal value, and then try to recycle the combo again, get his, X stock, X cards, and, do whatever he wants. So we're going to start off on Mick's side. He's going to go ahead and play the Aqua effect. He's going to go ahead and pay the 2 to get the free fresh. Okay, so a weird scenario. You shouldn't be looking at this deck. But we're going to go ahead and get the shuffle in. Yeah, and pays out for the free fresh. Gets the cut in. And free fresh Aqua comes out. So needs to find. He needs to push damage, because if he doesn't push damage here, there's not going to be any answer to these Kanatas. These Kanatas are going to run rampant. We did see that he has the ability to reset it up. He can just play over the Kanatas with the helmet and then recycle them to get what he needs and just play the combo over again. But Mick's going to go ahead and brainstorm 4. I believe he plays, what mem was that? This mem is drop 1 card. Look for a character. Oh, you can do you can do Hisuian Heavy Ball. You just look in your stock, grab a character, and then it also has a bottom deck for 0 or lower. Gonna play out the B-Man Pimon, Arimakana. And yeah, looks like he's just gonna go through. So crashes through, finds 4 damage. And yeah, nothing sticks here. But not terrible of a place. He's going to force a lot of cans over. It's a weird thing in which so doesn't have access to his waiting room. So just enough damage to force the refresh here. So we know that he only grabbed a few. I think he can maybe get 2 Kanatas out or refresh the heal on the Kanatas. He'll still get the climax combo to get all of the resources. But I think what he'll be able to do is to loop 2 Kanatas. But the problem here is that he's going to be swinging pretty heavily. My guess here is he's going to loop the Kanata combo, but he's going to not use the stock soul effect post-change and try to get as little damage as possible, that, you know, assuming that he actually gets the Kanatas from the change effect rather than from the static Kanatas that are on the field already. So let's take a look. Goes into the refresh point, finds the Miko on the top, finds the 2-5. He needs to get some value here. He also needs to brainstorm quite a bit because he needs the waiting room. 3, 4, and 5. So clear. Nothing off the Shion, unfortunately. The question is, can he and will he loop? Or how much is he willing to loop? Set up for level 3. Hand's looking a little thin on mixed side. A few climaxes, and I don't think he has too many. He only has 1 ruby in sight, but he's ready to go with the rubies if he needs to. Yep, so he's going to go, however, play over his Kanata with the helmet. The helmet is going to go ahead and pay out 1, grab the Kanata back to his hand with that bond ability, and then he's going to go ahead and play out the 1 over the other Kanata. Right. And then what's he going to do? He's going to pop the helmet, probably grab another punch, and the Kanata herself. So pops the helmet. He's going to go ahead and drop 1 card. Grabs the Marin because he can just salvage it if he needs it. And place the Kanata back into his hand to get that loop going. Plays 1 of the other punches that we know for certain that he has in his hand. There you go. Plays out that Kanata. Oh, sees another helmet. Maybe recycle that. And yep, just going with the stock soul. So first thing, we need to see what he wants to do here, because damage becomes a little bit critical just because he's going to be swinging very, very heavily. So before he stock souls, he's actually going to commit the Kanatas, get the double heal, and then climax combo comes off, or whatever order. He's going to go ahead and get 1 stock. So 5 instances still remaining of what he wants to do. Going to go ahead and get double punch, copy of Marin. Maybe float the rest punch here just to get some engagement going on. Floats the Subaru and another copy of the helmet Kanata. So there's his 5 that he wants to add to hand. And stock. There you go. Oh, that was the stock soul, sorry. So yeah. It's 5 to hand, all the stock, everything in hand. Let's see what the Subaru does. Subaru is the climax swap for him. And then a mill 3. Oh, swings in and gets all of the damage, and I think that was for 5? At 5? Cheese and rice. All right, double blue, doubles down on the blue, and takes quite a hefty damage there. Another 4 coming in, so just takes 8, rips 8 right off the top. Last one, there's a cancel, right? There's a cancel, right? And Mick from 1-4 finds himself at 3-2. He left his lanes open. He had a few climaxes in his hand and found himself in an unfortunate deck state. So 3-2 all of a sudden, and your opponent's staring down 3 Kanatas, and your opponent at 2-3. So he's not in a position where he can end the game. He has a little bit of stock where he can maybe steal the game, but it's going to be very, very rough where everything. He needs to return the damage that he just took. Goes into the clocks. And yep, starts off by playing the Ruby. So this Ruby we've seen before, climax combo with the Gate. The Gate allows him to one attack, pay, I think it's pay one, drop one, and then look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. Send characters to clock equal to less than X power, which is equal to 4K equals to the memory you have. Sorry, I didn't explain that very well, but I think you kind of get it, and I'll let you know when it happens. Yep, so I think he's explaining what I just explained. Probably in a better way than I did, but yeah. Basically uncancelable based on how much power is there. So yeah, he has to be different. So I think we saw, I believe he's floating 3. He had the event, the Aqua, the JC. I'm not quite sure what else he had in there, but I'm going to guess 3, so he has like 12K. So a few combinations of cards where he gets away with 1 if he does see, but a lot of his 10Ks are out on the field already. And the stat line, the general stat lines are pretty small, but right, most than likely he'll probably see 1. If he's lucky, he'll get 2. But yeah, just committing Aqua to the board, gets the second Ruby as well that we just missed while talking, and yep, just gonna let it rip. Here we go. So reveals off of the Ruby and finds a door on the top. Unfortunately, doesn't get any plus soul here. So damage is not pushed, but he gets a card into his hand. He can just pay it out, so ultimately he'll just pay it out with the next Ruby, which isn't terrible. But he wants that card in his deck, not in his stock. So gonna reveal 2, does get the Toa. Toa is gonna be uncancelable, and the Marin Climax does go away though. So it's like a little weird, funny mocha. And then we're gonna go swinging in for 3 and a door. So door, most likely, what does he want to grab here? So World Rate grabs an anti-change punch because yeah, he's only level 30. But yeah, just ends up grabbing the Aqua. The Aqua starting off this one lets you change into the supporter Aqua. So 3 does go through, and Alex does find himself at level 3 with all colors ready to go. So yeah, there's a world where everything actually connects here. So we might get a steal. Coming in for 2, cancels on the 2. So specifically, yeah, unfortunately there's no combination of damage, even with the trigger, that will really get him out of here. He is thinking of bumming the attack, you know, just get the damage in, make it as difficult as possible. So we're going to check 2, find double Marin Climax off the top. Gets nothing, unfortunately. But, I mean, he does, I mean, it's like a mocha. I mean, all right, mocha. Mocha's the 2 off the top. And then swings in for 4. I don't know if he even has climaxes left. So, I think Alex is just wanting to check what the deck state of his opponent is going to be at next turn, if anything he needs to be aware of, any rest punches. Unfortunately, I don't think Oshinoko does represent any rest punches, but it does represent the minus soul event off of the 1-0 torch that transforms into the minus soul. Right, so those Kanatos will bump, and he has 6 stock to play with. We did see him drop the Marin Climax earlier. The question now comes, does he have Marin Climaxes left in deck to draw for the Marin combo? Well, Marin does get the dig. We did see quite a few. So we saw 1. We didn't see any triggers, I believe. So 6 stock to play with. He can refresh the deck and try to get more draws that way. But he actually only has 1 Marin in his hand at the moment. So checking power, deciding whether or not he wants the clock here. So if he commits the Marin, he doesn't get the heal in. I think what Alex is doing is there's a potential where he does not actually heal here. So he needs to do a lot of thinking right now to see if this is a pull the trigger scenario. So ideally, yeah, he wants to put 3 Marins out. Only has 1 floating in hand, but it's the question of, is there even a Marin Climax left in the deck, and is there another Marin that he can grab? Goes to the clock and draws 2. Maybe we can see what his hand open up. Drew a Kana to Climax, so he does have the Super, so he does have a Climax swap, so that's available to him. We did see him grab Super earlier, so that's not too worrisome. Now, he can get the Climax, but now he needs to piece together the last 2 Marins. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. He has Kanata helmet. So Kanaka going to pay out Kanata, pay 1. Dropping the coat. Go. Oh, and he's going to get the heal, and he wants the heal too. Or, well, first things first, he's going to pocket the heal just in case. Doesn't really need Coco anymore. And then if he wants to pop, so bonds for the Kanata, pays 1. And what is he going to filter out? Or pays out the Marin to grab another Kanata. So it looks like he doesn't want to pull the trigger this turn, is opting to just heal down, get as many cards into... Oh, I see. Okay, so he wants to loop the Kanatas. And I think there's a world here, what he's trying to do is he's trying to refresh his deck and get as many climaxes in his deck as possible and find himself at 3-1. I think he's very confident that he can kind of beat over these rubies, gets the heal, and then just going to stick 6 cards into his hand, 6 cards in the clock. So 1 Aqua gives him the soul that he needs to represent lethal in 2 lanes. So as long as the 2 more attacks hit, he'll be able to get through. Yep, threatens the Hachima laser beam punch. Grabs 2 Kanatas, 1 Mio Search. Thinking about the helmet maybe? There's Aqua. I think this is stock here. You just might want to stuff these in. And Miko. Yep, stuff these 2 into stock. And those 4 to hand. And he is good to let it rip, pretty much. So coming in for 4 here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Cancel on the top, which is expected. We didn't see much last turn. Now, yeah, Mick is representing the minus soul. It is going to cost him 2 and another copy of the minus soul punch. So he's going to go ahead and commit that, pay the 2 out. He also needs to drop another copy of the event as well. Great. Great. Another copy of the event. Another copy of the event. 2 copies of the event, right? 2 copies of the event. Just letting the judge know. So I don't think he can pay. I think we only saw 1 ability on that. So he might not get the minus soul here. So yeah, he has to reverse the action here. Yeah, it doesn't have the second event to play the minus soul event. Finds himself without the minus 3 soul event. And yeah, just has to take the, we'll just have to take the 3. So yeah. So I have our judge Simu. He's going to kind of correct the situation, make sure the stock that was paid out is the correct one. So this one's just going to be for 3. Cancel off the top, of course. And lastly, this one's going to be 3 as well. So 3 is going to go and stick through. So gets both of the rubies, and it's going to be on Mick to find a way into this. Finds another ruby off the top, actually. Does he have the right climax, though? And is he thinking of clocking? He also needs to be very careful because the rest punch is live. And what's going to happen is, I think, maybe checking for the climaxes, seeing if he has it or not. So, yeah, it's a little weird. There's a world where he rips off another ruby level 3 and is able to loop the combo 1 more time. He'll get 2 instances of the ruby, and then any damage goes through. But we'll see. It looks like his ruby effects have been Mocha's rather than the ruby punch or ruby bumps. So going to the refresh points, and it's the second event that he needed, but too late. And second draw, it finds a copy of the I event, but he needs the stock though. So he doesn't have the stock to play it. Just go ahead and commit the ruby. Just get that heal off as well. And needs to figure out how to find 7 damage here with a rest punch being threatened.
We're just 1-0 events that put more events back to hand and just lose them forever.
All right. So Stinking right now commits the Aqua 0 to the board. This one is just the one that changes. I think it gives the level 2 gives the peak effect to a specific ruby and Arima. But it goes ahead and brainstorms. Doesn't find anything out the top. Peels off that 4 damage. That would have been damage, so we are going in now. So the most important thing is he needs to swing with the ruby first in order to get that effect off. If he doesn't swing with the ruby, he will get rest punch. So revealed 2, and rest punch gets played. So he's going to go ahead and pay the 1. Drop the 4 probably just to not Marins, and he's going to rest the ruby here. 2 damage goes represented, so there's the 1. And unfortunately, not enough damage again to finish this game. And Alex finds himself in a demanding lead. He only has just the 2 Marins, but hey, Marin can dig and find the climax, and it becomes very, very difficult. So deck gets refreshed. He's going to reveal the 1, finds the clan at the climax, cancels the 2, unfortunately. And we're swinging in for another 2 here. Crashing in for 2. Goes through there. So, cards are represented, full field alive, and he just needs to find on the Marin in the climax. Let's see, he's going to be able to dig basically 11 cards deep. So first Marin's going to be overplaying on that Kanata. Who is he going to eat? He's going to eat his other Kanata. So 1, 2, 3. No spoilers here for us. So he sees 2. He's stopping. So that means he's probably happy. Yep, gets the stock. That's probably the climax. Oh no, just sees the Marin. Yeah, he doesn't want to go too deep because he gets the 1 he wants. So he gets another few draws. Needs to find the climax here if he wants to finish. Adds another 1. No Marin climax yet. So on his last 1, so he's going to go 3 deep. Pay the 2. And he's going to go ahead and eat Xion. 1, 2. Stops at 2. I think that was the climax. It's got to be the climax, right? It's got to be the climax, right? That was a snap. All right. And there it is. Yep. So climax ready. Power of Marin. Digging 11 cards deep this turn. Showing his Coco. He needs also hand here. This is also a problem. So hits 1 on Coco. Gets to draw 1. And needs the character. So yeah, he has more than enough. He is good to go. We are ready to swing. So coming in for 2, burning the 2, 1 and 2, and that will be game. Alex takes it home with a very strong play. There it is. All right, see you guys in round 5, starting soon. All right, welcome to round 6 as we start. As we get more winners on the stream, unfortunately, we're going to have a slight run back here with Alex staying at the top, so he's going to go ahead and stick on the featured match. He's going to be getting to Johnny L playing Key on the right here. So, because we have a Hololive deck, out to my boy Michael Chen II, who couldn't be here with us today. Here you go, Mr. Oh, never mind, I can't do that. Just kidding. All right, we're just going to go. It looks like Johnny L's going to take the fight. Going to throw the Kana into memory. So I'm kind of mad at Johnny. He's one of my players. He told me what decks he was going to play, and I studied the wrong one. So you'll have to excuse me. This is going to be his key deck. He's going to start off with, I don't know who that is, but that one's the one that gets big if you cancel, I think. So it's 3K. I think if all of your characters are anniversary, and when you do reverse something, you can get a free salvage swap. So that comes through. He does need to cancel though, so that one's only going to represent 3K. Showing 2, so 3 actually cancels on the 2. Comes in again with another Marin, comes in for 2, gets through. 3,500. So he does cancel, but that does reverses. So unfortunately, he didn't cancel and didn't get the bum. So doesn't actually get to beat over the Marin herself. So right now, Johnny goes to the draw. Does get a double cancel, so not in too much of a terrible position. All of the cards on the field. So we have 500 on the left. Center Aqua's going to be 3,500, and we have 2,500 Aki. So kind of a difficult power line for him to work through. Here, I think he just wants to play out his, any level 0 line to kind of match the pace and the damage. Go ahead and clock the Tomoya Nagisa. And what does he rock into? Yeah, just going to play another copy. And this is going to be the Saya and Yuri. So this card is going to be 3K. And I believe this is a top card to stock, Fukujiro. Yep, and he's also going to play the Memory Kana as well. Going to match that there, not too bad. Right, so it's going to go ahead and swing in here. It's going to come in for 2. I believe he should be beat. Yeah, he beats over this one with the power from the red one. Next one's going to happen, going with the Yuri. So this should beat over the Key as well. Hits a 3. And then this one's going to be for 2. And I believe this one's going to be a side effect. Oh, no, he does get the kill, so he does get the free salvage, or the swaps, or salvage filter. Oh yeah, he dropped the 1K one, that makes sense now. Right, so salvage filter grabs the Misuzu to hand to get all the resonate stuff that he needs. Bumps the entire field, so it's going to be on Alex to get his, what we like to call the Aqua 1-card climax combo without a climax. Oh, whiffs and finds 2 climax on the top, so just takes damage for nothing. This makes it a little painful. It sucks to see that, but now he wants to see what's going to happen here. Yeah, he's going to see if he's going to go again. So he's going to go ahead and rip it again. Puts in an Aqua, top, Mio, and Aki. It's not too bad. So it goes 1 for 1 on each one. So at least pluses. No, I think he went neutral there at that point. And now he's going to float the last one. So Aki is going to go ahead and stuff herself in. We're going to see what color. So he opts to get red so that he has the Mikos online. And yeah, salvages another copy of Miko. So this will at least let him establish the board, keep the Miko alive. He even finds another Miko off the top here. So now he's going to go into his clock draw, see what color that he wants to activate. Most likely wants to put in green, but has a lot of options to fix that later down the line, so not too terrible. But most likely just going to bum the Mikos on the field, and maybe if he has any copies of Aki or Aqua, ends up just dropping the Mio. Has no stock, so that's not really a card that he can play around with without the stock. Drops the Miko, 6K Miko, with the Clock Encore ability. So this will let him force him. if Johnny decides to beat over these Mikos, it will allow Alex to make the choice if he wants to go to level 2 by just clock encoring or even loop clock encoring the Mikos. Drops the Aki on the field, has the 2 Mikos, and just going to beat over this field. So 2 comes in, cancel on the first. And no Fukuchiro ability just yet, so we're going to see. So this one's also going to go over. Very much stronger. Going to reverse. And checking damage. So Alex is going to the tank a little bit. He's thinking whether or not he wants to see if he should keep Johnny at level 0 or push ahead in damage, and it's questioning of how many cards that he has in hand. You just saw him get the salvage. He's going to go ahead and pass. So he does get 1 attack, and it's on Johnny to find something that can kind of contest this board. So he uses the effect of the Fukujiro, which adds clock from stock. So he's going to get to level 1 here. So it gets the restand, gets the draw. Maybe Alex may not have been aware of the cost of the Fukujiro. But yeah, sees the level 0 pretty easily. Going to Glock the Misuzu that I'm not sure if I think he already had that one. So he's going to go ahead and draw 2. And let's see. So we have the package. Which package is this? This is the Yukito package. So this is the dolls package, basically, with the Yukio Brainstormer gets big. Yukito finds dolls. Dolls make things. Dolls make stock. Dolls get cards. You guys know the drill if you guys have seen Key. But starts off with just getting the Resonator on. Finds the Yukito off the top, puts that in the hand. Not going to be there too long, I believe. He's definitely going to play that probably. And what he's also going to do is going to play the Shimako. I think it's Kanade? I can't remember her name. I haven't played Rewrite in quite some time. But that's just going to be a search. Yeah, it's going to go ahead and search, gets another, finds another copy of the Yukito. Thinking of peeling that one just off the top here. Maybe thinking, yeah, and looking probably to refresh his deck, but he has a pretty healthy amount inside his deck here. So it's going to go 2. Finds the Yuiko, grabs the Yuiko instead. And I believe this one, Yuiko, is going to be Yuiko or Yuiko? Little Busters, Yuiko? Yuiko, or yeah, it's Yuiko. So grabs the Riko Yuiko. Possibly going to bump that. Maybe not actually going to commit the Yukitos to the field. No, floating the 1. I think he has the combo active. So maybe there's a world where he doesn't want to kill the Mikos just yet. Gets the Yukito. All right. Going to activate the effect. And the attack is going to reveal for 2. Oh, is that the wrong climax? That might be the wrong climax. That's probably why. So 2. I think he just sided here, yeah. And side opportunity gets him to 1. So I'm going to crash, actually. Force to 3. And get a climax. Going to get the one he wanted from the prior turn. So yeah, gets the right climax this time. And 3 is going to cancel. So Alex finds himself at 1-5. Option selects to uses his own aqua effect off of the Angel Girl? Ghost Girl? Kami something? Bird Girl from Air Anime. Don't mind me just looking up the character names from an anime from like, what, 2005? Holy. But yeah, we're just going to go back. It looks like, yeah, he did force himself to level 2, and he's going to want to loop and value the Kanadas as much as he can here. Same thing as last game. Let's see how many he can do. Didn't get a chance to see too much, but I think he definitely has 1 online. Now he's looking in his pile. Haven't had a chance to peek at his hand just yet. But yeah, considering his refresh options as well. So let's see what he does here. Gonna read the Yugito. Gets power if you used it. I think if you use the Doll's Punch. Yep. Or the back row Resonance Stormers gets to give him power. So 3k power. And the Yukito himself gets to sit at 6k. So it's like basically a free 3k punch if you get two. If you use the dolls. So it's like an 8k, 9k Yukito. So a little hard to climb over. Especially since I think Johnny has a dolls in hand ready to rip. But let's focus on Alex here, trying to set up the Kanata combo. Definitely has some of the pieces. There's one. We know he has that in his hand, so that's not a secret. But does he have the climax? I think that's the most important and difficult piece to understand. I see two helmets. If I know Alex, I'm pretty sure he has the climax. I'm not so scared. Does find the climax swapper, so has a climax. Oh yeah, no, he doesn't have it. He has the wrong climax. So 2 stock to play with. He's gonna go ahead and use the Subaru to climax swap the door to the Kanata one. And the question here is, does he let it rip actually? There's a world where he doesn't. He doesn't get to heal, he doesn't really get any value, so he might just be using this as a transitionary turn. Right, where he just attacks, tries to get as much damage, uses the second effect of Subaru to -3 to the deck, and I think he might just attack here and just save that climax for next turn. Get as much value as possible, and ask Johnny, the question like, hey, can you hit me to 3? If Johnny is able to push damage and hit him to 3, it becomes difficult because he loses a little bit more value on the Kanatas before he gets to the Marine, gets him in an uncomfortable position. But with just one Kanata and one stock to work with, doesn't really have much to play with. So yeah, he's most likely just going to take the contests. Oh, never mind. Eat my words. He's going to do it because screw it. Why not? Just make me look stupid. So let's flip the one Kanata. Pays out the 1. Going to go ahead and transform. Turns into that. Heals nothing, unfortunately. So doesn't get any value from the heal. Does get 2 stock or 2 cards. Looks like he's going to float stock here. Probably just 1 stock, 1 card. You want to always make sure you have floor ready in case you want to rip Marin. So yeah, 1 stock Nico. And the second card. Oh, this is for the stock soul effect. So double punch here into his hand. Yeah, and then representing those punches is going to be 14k. Or 13k. So just hits for 5. And yeah, that just comes through. Probably saw, Johnny didn't have too many left in deck, so lead is no longer available. The one lead that you had is not really showing. So 2 coming in for 2. Does get to see that. So Johnny also finds himself at level 2, which opens up a little bit more options for him to try to deal with things. And the goal of this deck for Johnny is he wants to make as much stock as possible to use the Kanata event that's in his clock right now. That Kanata event, Kanata is 3-8. So cost 8, but it burns 1-5 times, and that's kind of his end game on top of the Misuzu if he can loop it. So it's either Misuzu combo or the burn 1-5 times to kind of close out the game. So goes into the draw. I think that's going to be 6 climaxes in. So yeah, did find himself with a pretty bad state and was able to just bump him out as hard as possible. Saw 5 off the top, and it seems like that's going to be the recurring theme for Mr. Alex here. Going into the shuffle and refresh, shuffle happens, there's the cut. Refresh point on the top, and it's a climax. So 2 damage gets taken, and that climax is just put right back into his clock. So Johnny's going to go ahead and take a look at his opponent's deck. We're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, he's 8 out. Because we know. Oh no, he's 7. We haven't seen the last climax, so we don't know if it's in his hand or not. But I don't believe. Yeah, we know it's not in his hand, so it's probably in his deck. So this is a world where Johnny lets it rip and gets him back. He's going to count his deck and try to get as much damage as possible because I think that's his only option. Oh, and he also sided through those just to prevent the anti-change punch. So Johnny finds himself at 2-4, and he is faced with a conundrum where he does need to bum Alex as hard as possible, or Alex will try to restart the Kanata engine again, which is the power of the Kanata engine. So, gonna play the agents, pays 1. I don't remember what the agents do. Oh, it is an anti-level. So he does get the anti-level active. Little screen glitch there. And it's going to be a check 3 add 1, I believe. Yeah. So ends up not grabbing anything. Happy with his hand. Does he want to start resonating there? He needs to slam. As much as he doesn't want to, he needs to slam that climax. He just needs to get as much damage out as possible. Right. So coming in, probably going to swing with the center first. It does put that card to the bottom. Right climax this time, so he does get access to his dolls. Go ahead and search the deck for the dolls. Pull out a little bit of that damage that could possibly come through. And what do we want to see from Mr. Johnny here? I want to see as much damage as possible. That's really all he has. With the agents, I can't remember their names. Sorry. I want to guess. I'm guessing Shizuku. It's been a hot minute. Rewrite, girls. It's Toka and Shizuru. Close enough. Yep, going in first. Gonna get that Kana to under deck, so he's gonna swing in for 2. There's the cancel, so this is a clear shot. So now he knows that he can go through. He's looking for triggers because that is a clean shot through. Gonna crash, finds a 3. So this is really good here. So 1, 2, and 3 will bump him. Needs to find another. He really wants to find another trigger here, and he does, but no climaxes. Does get the trigger off the climax, and yeah, he just has to take the 3 here. We even know that Kanata's at the bottom, and finds another Kanata in the clock. So probably not a world where he can loop. But if this 3 sticks, this becomes a little dangerous for Alex here. He did end up grabbing 2 of the punches instead of setting up for the Marin, so this is going to be a pretty pivotal game, and you may hear me eep a little bit. I don't want to reveal anything though. But in this world, what's going to happen is if Alex does take this 3, he's going to find himself at level 3, and he may need to piece into a Marin combo or try to set up his deck defensively, where he doesn't need to worry too much about the damage. The problem with the rest punch though is that with the key deck, you're not really interacting at level 3 if you're going to be playing around the Misuzu, or if you're even going to be playing around the Burn 5 Kanata. Kanade? Tenshi from Angel Beats. Kanade. I knew that. And there's the refreshers, the Marin. He needs to see 2 and 3. So 3 goes through, even sees the Marin, but the Marin's in the discard pile, so there's worlds where he can grab it back. Has the 4 stock, but does he have the pieces of the Marin together to really make this come together? So this is a dangerous point. He didn't draw anything, but he does. I know he probably has access. Or if I'm not mistaken, he did grab a helmet here. Starts off by moving up the Miko. Gonna brainstorm into with Coco. Hits nothing though, so doesn't get plus. Finds the helmet Kanata, so maybe he bums into. He's probably just gonna look for Kanata. Yeah, I don't think there's a world where he wants to pull the trigger and play the the Marins here, and ends up getting the 0 Luna. I think this is the climax swap Luna. Oh, this is the check X Luna. Do the top check to see if he wants to keep that on the top or the bottom. See where he puts that. I don't think any of us were able to see it. But we'll see. 3 hand, cards in hand and deck. And probably wants to loop this, but he doesn't have the climax, so he needs to see one. I think he really wants to heal here. And then it's going to be on Johnny to find himself to find himself to 3. I think he does need to find the pieces of the. Oh no, he did get the climax. No, he didn't. It was an empty climax. So get the pieces of the climax and then let Misuzu rip. But I don't think he has the stock for it. 4 stock. We'll need the side in order to get the Misuzu 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 off. Yep. Ends up playing Kanata. Yeah, hard plays Kanata, gets that heal off. And is in a pretty decent state. I don't think there's a component. There is a world where if double triggers, takes damage, deals damage. But we'll see. Lets it rip. Stock's probably going to be the Miko or the Aqua. There's the Miko, yep. And Soul to everyone. So representing 3, 6, 7, 8, 8 damage. Just enough for lethal, I guess. Yep, just enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 3. Nope, not lethal. Unless he hits a double trigger. Doubles into the Marin and into the Climax Collapse Subaru. Coming in 4, 3, or 4, I think. Or no, 3. So Johnny finds himself to 3. Not truly a problem, but representing very, very possible lethal here, but highly unlikely. Gonna show 2, so cancel off the top. And we're gonna go with another 2. Cancel off the top. So double side. Wants to prevent him from gaining access to the Misuzu. Because yeah, if he decides to do that, he can't actually empty his board out. Because Misuzu needs to be the only one at the top. So he needs to find a way to sack some of his characters. He's going to go ahead and check. I don't even know if he had enough to do Misuzu in the first place. I think Misuzu needs 5. Well, we are round 6 right now. Or round 5, actually. Sorry. Yeah, so Johnny's in a little bit of a conundrum here. He is level 3-0. Deck is not in the strongest defensive state, so he needs to parse through and see if he wants to set up defensively or pull the trigger and try to Misuzu combo. But it's going to be a little difficult because he doesn't, I don't believe he has an active way right now to sack a character on the field to make Misuzu work. Alex is very familiar with this deck and he was able to side through. But let's see how Johnny pieces this together. There could be a play here. Starts off with playing Agents. He's going to check his 3. Sees 1 off the top. Looks maybe happy with that. Looking through the waiting room. And yeah, I don't think there's a world where he does rip the Misuzu here either. It just too much. There's not a lot of climax represented in this scenario. And he really just wants to kind of heal down and get to a safe deck state. Because he should be expecting a large Marin push coming in next turn. Definitely has enough stock, nothing to worry about that, and he has 1 Marin and a Climax swap, so it's just usual Marin things. So, sees the cards, very happy with it. I think that's just his EP heal, and he's just going to play as a natural heal and just be happy with that. Yep. Now he's thinking, is he going to resonate? Because that does create. He needs to make sure he has enough stock in order to Misuzu, because Misuzu is going to be 5, and it requires you to drop 3 blue cards, I believe, from hand, with her being the only one in the front row. So it's a case here where Johnny needs to crash his cards into his opponent, so he guarantees that Misuzu will be alone. But then he's faced with the difficult choice of whether or not he cancels. So, gonna play over, gonna get his heal off, burn the character, stock heal, and just enough here. So, yeah, it's definitely a challenge of, does he have enough climaxes in his deck to cancel the damage? He needs to represent, he needs to make 5 stock here in order to misuse it the following turn. And it's, yeah, he's in the case where I think he crashes into everything. He doesn't want to leave himself too open. So at any point, if he's out quite a few climaxes, I think we counted 4 in his deck. The Yuiko allows him to see. He's going to take a little peek at the top here. And it's a climax on top, so that's exactly what he didn't want to see. He wanted to make sure. Something to get rid of that, bump that off the top. Put that in the pool, because we know he has a climax already. The other half is he can maybe just rip 7 off the top, but it's very unlikely with 6 climaxes in. He needs to find a way to bump that off. No way to check or bottom it. It does grab a Kana, yeah. Ends up spending, because yeah, he does not want to see that on the top. He doesn't want to see that at all. So 1, 2, 3, finds the dolls in the Kana day. Gets the dolls instead. So the dolls allows him to reset the deck in a way if he ends up siding through, but it's very dangerous. Alex going ahead to read the Kanade combo. And he is going to take a look. I don't think that's a representation of playing. Yeah, we're checking power lines. I think he wants to sack everything in. So, yep. Take the 2 sacks. Gonna go ahead and use the dolls effect to get a stock. Brainstorm. 2, 3. Does not hit. Oh, it does hit. He does get the stock, so he gets the extra stock off of that. And the concern here is how many climaxes does he have left? And can he even trigger them? So he's allowed to attack twice here, at the very least, and maybe try to represent cancels. But this is looking really, really difficult for him. Gonna go ahead and overplay. Gonna play again. Yeah, he's going for the deck reset here. Resonate. Can just give power to the bag. Like, yeah, he needs to crash his board in. Alex might just leave, so he's actually just gonna go through. So 1, 2, or just 1. Gonna go through 1 again. Oh, he sided, and I think he needs to come here. It's 1. So clean off the top, no climaxes, and are those climaxes on the bottom? If anything, then Alex needs to find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 6. Are those all climaxes? There's no way. Oh, we had 2 blind stocks though. Oh, those could be anything. Those were blind stocks. That's right. He might have blind stocked the climaxes left in his deck. So yeah, this is where the difficult decision. So we're gonna go ahead and we're just gonna go for the Marin. So rips the Marin, play 3. We need to find a lot of the pieces. Oh, checks 1. Looks very happy with that. Oh no, checks 2. Goes 3. Let's see. Oh. Yep, rips the climax into his hand. That one's a given, so he needs that. So he has 2 Marins here to work with. And, yep, ready to go off with the other Marin. Yep, pays the 2. Probably bump off the Canada. Right, and then go for the 3. Trying to find the 3rd Marin. I think it's not possible. It's not live just because the last one was in waiting room. And the other one's in clock, so I think he's only going to be able to get 2 here. But we'll see. I could be wrong, but I think that's like looking like what it's going to be. Yep. Oh no, never mind. I give Alex too much credit for. I doubt him too much. He's too good at this. Goes ahead, plays the helmets, drops the Botan, finds the last Marin, and we play it. there's the power of Marin. So looking for a hell of a cancels here. So Johnny's in a world where he needs to cancel essentially 4 instances of damage. We're hoping that blind stock was nothing. It was clean. So if he has 2 cancels in his deck left, it could be a very good spot. So it also depends on the scenario where they're at. The hope here is that it's going, maybe double cancel off the top, but I think we saw 6, and I don't think we pantsed. Yeah, we blind pantsed. So last time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't know where the last 2 are. No one knows where the last 2 are. There we go, letting it rip. So first things first. It really depends on that blind stock. It all comes down to the blind stock. Holy smokes, everyone. No funny punches to play around here. It's just let it rip. There's the 1. There's the cancel. It was there. They were both there. It was clean. Johnny's in 7. So lives the first Marin. So he is in a scenario now where he needs to cancel 3 more instances of damage. All 7 in deck. So not terrible of a place, but not too much of a compression stand here. He can take the 2s, and that's kind of what he's looking for, but he just needs to cancel the big damages. So he's hoping to take the 2s and cancel the burns, but he does pretty much need to cancel pretty much everything. At least 3 instances of damage with 7 climaxes in deck. So this game's not over. Writing's not quite on the wall, but he is playing on the defense. We're going to go ahead and hit him with that refresh point. What is it? It will be the use tone. So 6 damage wins the game. We're going to go ahead and ask him to burn 2 more. He wants to take this. Oh, does cancel though. And cancels 2. So there's still a word. No, so Alex needs to hit a. I'm just kidding. He doesn't need to do anything because Johnny is cheating. He is Johnny L cheatering. So it is now Johnny's turn. He needs to find 2 damage. Has Misuzu available online, I believe? I'm not actually quite sure. Oh, he does need the dolls, though, in order to Misuzu and find the 3. So Rest Punch is not live. He does not have enough hand. Johnny's going to go ahead into the clock. We know he has the Misuzu in hand. Does he have the climax? I don't think he does. I think he's just going off of 2. He doesn't have it. He's just going for the 2-2-2. Let's go, Weiss Schwarz, baby. Weiss Schwarz, 2, 2. Weiss Schwarz, baby. There it is, Johnny with the win. I'm gonna go punch him in the face. talking trash. That's what I'm doing. 5:30? You guys can take the car. Just get me something to eat. All right. We are back to round 6. And your boy, the caster, is a very happy boy because Team Card Art is in top now. So we're going to have a player run back between two of the players that we've already seen today in Mr. Thomas M. and Johnny L. Cheater. Don't ask why he calls that. That's what we call him, though. Players are setting up. I'm going to move Johnny over. So we're going to go into round 6, and we have once again, a matchup that we've seen, or a player match of two players that we've already had on stream in Mr. Johnny, who just saw last time, and Thomas as well. So hopefully we can get a little bit more colorful commentary from me, just because I know both these players very happy from my squad over here. And we've seen their decks, so I should be able to talk about what's happening.
Before deck check, before top 8, do you want me to do it on stream?
No, no reason. We want to get it because people want to leave.
No, I don't. But your final round for Swiss. Time starts now. You may begin.
Except for these guys. So basically with the Swiss standing, Tom going to go ahead and flex a little bit on Mr. Johnny here. Both players pretty familiar with each other. He's going to put the paper mat out too, just in case he forgets the instructions on how to play. Azure Lane coming to a store near you soon, English. A little bit of flavor. So this is going to be pretty much just an exhibition match for the two decks that you'll probably see, or at least one of them in the top 8 cast here. So as you guys know, we have Johnny LC on key and Thomas I on Overlord. Johnny is going to be playing the new flavored key build, which drops some of the tech with the Fumio and the stock swap in favor of just trying to get as much burn as possible. Package is still the same. You're just losing a lot of the tech that kind of made Misuzu really, really badonkadonk strong. But in return, you get access to, or you start stuffing in the 2-8 or 3-8 Kanade event that gets a lot of burns here. Over on Mr. Thomas's side, though, so this is going to be an interesting and a kind of interesting matchup, because what's going to happen though is that Thomas has anti-burn in effect, but the thing is the anti-burn only affects the battle. So we can take a quick look at the Misuzu right now. I kind of want to check with everyone here is how that Misuzu does damage, and I believe it's on the end of attack. So there's a world where Johnny can side through the Albedo if he does want to activate the Misuzu and make sure that he does get the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 going off. It does stop the anti-burn because the card is not in battle. So yeah, that's how he'll do it, and that's what they're going to be playing around. Other than that, I don't believe the Albedo burns are going to really have too much an effect. We did see that Johnny did have access to the secret agents. I think it's Gaia? Is it Gaia? I don't think it's Gaia. I don't remember what they are. To bottom deck any early plays, so standby gets a little rough there. Going right into play, we're a little bit behind, but yeah, this is pretty much just an exhibition match. These players are very familiar with each other, and we'll go ahead and get this on the roll. Johnny out to start off, draws his card, and looks to see what he's going to clock here. Goes ahead and clocks his climax, or level 3 climax, and looks and finds, yep. Do you know what this girl's name is? I don't know what, is it? God, Day Became a God? I think that's a DBG. Let me check, that's DBG, right? I don't know. I can't tell. If you do know the name, please let me know. Shiki. Thank you. Place the Shiki out, and we're going through. Damage is taken. Summer Pockets. Summer Pockets is key. All right, time to play Summer Pockets, I guess. Well, going back to the main camera now. Plays out the Shiki. Gonna see how Thomas wants to respond. Yes, Satang, they're both in top 8. Should be. There's a really awkward world. Both of them are undefeated, so naturally, right? They should be in top 8. So it is a weird team kill, but not quite a team kill. This is the best kind of team kill. Does get a Eins. Just plays. I think he just standbys out the Eins. Doesn't have a 0 to. Yeah, he doesn't actually have a 0 to play out. So it's kind of a little awkward here. Plays out the Yuiko. Rico finds level 1, gets the Stormer or the Resonance Stormer, and probably is going to let it rip. Plays out the Rio as well. Gives something minus 1k power, and I think this is going to be a drop search. Yep, goes ahead and drop search, drops the event, and finds the Yukito here. Oh, nope, cancels that. What does he want? Oh, no, yeah, grabs the engine. Most importantly, that is not Rio, that is the mom. I read that Dojin once. We're going ahead and swinging into. Jams in, cancels. Jams in, cancels. Jams in, cancel. Jams in, cancels 3. But we need to find a 0 to play. It's very difficult when he's flooded like this with all his early plays. He does find a level 0 to play. But he also has access to the 1/1 Eins in the back, so it's not too terrible. Can assert dominance on the field. The Eins does need to see 2 other characters to get the 5,500 power. And I'm not sure if he has another copy of the Climax ready to go. So yeah, if he hits a standby, this could be really good, but he just saw 3 of them out. Oh, he has 2 in his hand. No, he's Gucci. Gonna go ahead and standby out. Oh yeah, also the other one is, it's literally just another match of people we've seen. Pretty much the top 8 is somewhat seemingly decided for win and in, but I don't think we want to put Alex on stream for a 3rd time. Jamming in with the Eins, gets a little bit of damage in, finds, I believe that's the, what punch is he grabbing? I think that's a memory punch, I'm not quite sure, I have to look it up. But yeah, jamming in, putting that into the clock, switching out the Yukito. Quite a few climaxes out, so he's finding himself in a little bit of an awkward situation here. The punch he did grab was the anti-change punch. Did he add it to hand? I'm not even sure anymore. But we're going through. Excuse me. So, Johnny to respond. Also is going to grab the agents to make sure he has that available for when the standbys do eventually come to their point. Looking to fill the 3rd slot, ends up not actually grabbing that. Instead, looking to grab just another copy of the Yukito. I think does he have all 3 now? At least 2, right? Does get the Resonance Stormer, pays out the 1, checks 3 up, just finds the Akane on the top. Rips that up. And I think he just pushes through the sides here. Oh, no. Kana? Is it? Air Anime Kana. Kana! Yeah, I knew that. Or Kanabi no Mikoto. But yeah, Kana goes through, just swinging in for more damage. Another 3. So this is going to hurt because he just doesn't have climaxes left in deck. A little sit smudge of a game start here with Thomas looking to fix a pretty bad deck state. But still playing the standby, can try to assert as much dominance as possible. Luckily, the 0 line does not actually challenge the Eins, so he could possibly get another run through of the Eins standby combo here. And we're going through another swing. Let it rip for another 2. And 2 just go 3. Oh, 3? Oh, he had a climax. That's right. So 3. Letting it rip with 3. So pushing on ahead. 6 damage ahead now. But this is the level that Thomas can kind of assert dominance with standbys being the most potent. He's going to try to set up his level 2 Albedos, starting off with the Brainstormer, his vanilla Brainstormer that he told me doesn't have any other abilities because he didn't realize there's the green one. So with the Brainstorm, unfortunately, moving in, just going to hard play the Eins here. And the Fukujira Aura as well. So the Eins do need to see the reverse. So first off, goes ahead and standby, but that's the Albedo standby though. So it doesn't get the combo, so that's probably why he left the Eins in the middle. But does get a lot of the power. I think those are 15 fronts. Those Eins are going to be sitting at a friendly 9K. Right, just going through. It's another standby. Standby over the Stormer or standby over the Aura? Yep, goes ahead and standbys over the Aura. Gonna coming in for 2. And off the Fukujira, rips off the level 3 into his hand. Does get a cancel off the top. Going to use his own. I believe this is the Aqua effect that sends it to memory. Goes to memory. He's going to go ahead and check his 2. Clean, clean. And last Eins jams on in for another. I think, yep, there's the cancel. Looks like Johnny is L cheating his way to this one again. Goes ahead and clocks the, I think that was the 3rd Nasuzu that he has. And grabs the Yukito climax that he needs now. So he's in a really good position here to just reset his deck. The problem, though, is that I don't know if the Yukitos will be able to climb over these Einses. Currently, I think, yeah, they're sitting at 9K. 7.5 plus 15, yep, 9K. He can buff the Yukitos, or at least one of them to, I believe it'll be 8.5, or as big as he can get is going to be 9K as well. So he'll be able to match one. Yeah, a little difficult with the standby. Kind of asserting dominance right now. Yep, so does, yep, stacks it all into one, gets that 3K power onto that Yukito. So will, I think, does he get to 10? Let me do a quick count based on some quick napkin math here. So the Yukito himself will be 6K plus the 7 with the climax plus the 3. So 10K, so just enough to climb over one of the Einses. So yeah, it's a little difficult not having access to everything he needs and just kind of staring down these really big Einses is it's kind of difficult here. So I'm going to go ahead and rip the resonance again and going to show the Isuzu again, ends up grabbing a 3rd copy. Rip the 3rd. No, just ends up putting down a Shiki. I know her name now. Thank you to all who let me know. Ban lists were followed in the form of the JP ban list. English exclusives followed the English exclusive ban list. So if you are an English deck in the JP meta, you will follow the JP meta, unfortunately. Or fortunately for some of these people. Right, 2 damage is sticking through. Thomas is going to find himself at level 2 now. Do my blue archive. Yeah, find themselves to level 2. And swinging through. Another 2. Does he want to use... I don't think the punch is big enough. Yeah, it's too big for the anti-change punch. So 2 just goes through. And Thomas finally gets the deck too. I think 1 out, 7 in, ready to go. So hopefully deck 2 will be a little bit nicer to him here. 1's gonna go, takes the 2. And cancels off the top, so little consolation prize there. Not too much damage, but does need to piece some stuff together. Has access to one of the albedos, but I think he needs to find the climax as well. So Mara gets clocked. And unfortunately doesn't find the climax, and I'm not sure what draw outlets he has available to him. So he won't be able to change the albedos into the level 3s. Right now, he's just going to go ahead and play out to fill the field. Play the Yuri to the draw 2, drop 2, maybe get the climax. Does find the climax, but it's, I think, the wrong one. So drops the 1-1 combo lines. Needs to find Demiurge. He's playing, I think, 1 copy of the Demiurge to swap this climax in order to get value off of at least the 1 albedo in the back here. So he's going to go ahead, drop the other card, and it's the stock from the Yuri for having 4 or more characters. So not too terrible of a field, representing quite a bit of power, but I think, yeah, right here, Thomas needs to rip as much damage as possible and get Johnny on par, at least with some damage here. Unfortunately, not finding the climax makes things a little difficult. He will might just be settling for the 1 attack, but let's see. Yeah, actually trying to get 2 of the salvages here off of the climax combo for standby. And at least try to set up maybe just this natural albedo here. Playing over maybe the brainstorm, and if he's lucky, another copy of it. Just fill the field with as many albedos as possible. Yep. Oh no, he'll be able to bounce back. No, he exchanged the bounce back albedo. So he's going to go ahead and play the bounce back albedo once again. Make sure he gets the power. He's going to go ahead and play standby. Bounces back the albedo here. Gives one of his characters plus 1k as well. But he also did give soul to each one for the bounces. So looks like you're coming in for 2 here. So I think we're checking to see how much damage or how much power the puppet here, because the puppet's representing against a 3k punch every time he uses the puppet, if he does use the puppet. So we know he does have access to the puppet, so it's going to be a 3k punch. So the Ein should be 9k. Oh no, he took out no, he did add the 2-2 back in. So I think what's going to happen is, well, let's go ahead and resolve the puppet first. We're going to do a climax check, 1, 2. And checking what punches he has. I think asked about the punch. That was a anti-level to bottom deck. Yep, checks the climaxes. Does get the punch out, so 3k power gets assigned. So mainly what he wants to do is he wants to prevent the damage. So you can go into refresh point. Oh, rips it off the top. Hits something, and does he get the... Oh, it just takes the one. Yeah, he doesn't get the extra stock. How does the dolls work? What does he need to hit? Oh, if they're all dolls or characters, so he didn't hit climax, so he doesn't get his extra stock there.
I'm splitting a case with Vanguard player.
Yep, so jamming in two. Showing him one cancel, and L Cheater living up to his name. And what he's going to do, yeah, he's going to go ahead and hand core the one Yukito, keep his hand alive, draws into another dolls here. And it's a dangerous situation where, yeah, the standby player mashed early levels, but as standby's one weakness is it's very difficult to find anything outside of triggers, just as you don't have natural any 1K1s or any extra souls to give outside of your special combos, which is the bounce back combos. Rips the dolls again, but misses once more. No free stock for him. Oh, and this is the resonance. I'm not sure if this is ripping the dolls. This is right, yeah, resonance storm. So goes ahead and grabs another copy of the dolls. Man is just living. Goes ahead and grabs the one agents. Rips the dolls. Here we go. So one to stock. 1, 2, 3. No, whiffs the dolls. I don't think he's hit. I think he's hit 1 dolls this game. Yeah. That many climaxes out. Probably looking once again to go into as much stock. So he has a lot of options open. Whether he wants to look for the Kanade, gonna go ahead and rip the Storm again. Grabs the EP heal. I think that's 2 or less. But yeah, not really relevant right now, but definitely gonna be next turn if he can get the deck out. And floating the Kana, level 0 Kana to the top. Can't really jam. I think the Yukito can get power. He's going to show 10k this turn. But I think that Ainz is smaller on the side, so he will be able to cover the Ainz on the side. The Yuri is also fairly small, so he can also kind of climb over this Yuri without the 4th character. I think she's only going to be 4k. So we're going to go ahead. This is going to be 10k. We're going to jam in for 2. Looking to see. Does he have the punch in his hand? No. But there's the cancel. Coming in again. This one's going to be for 3, 4. Just can't get this game to work. It's not in his favor. I guess a lucky...
One first players, less than 10 minutes remaining in the round. Less than 10 minutes remaining.
So, I mean, if there's any match to lose, this is the one that's okay. But yeah, going the sack into the Yuri. Not too much trouble here. And Thomas 3-1 to respond with his opponent at 1-4. What is this game? So thinking about what he wants to do, option selecting the clock. He needs to get himself out of the danger zone. A lot of this right now is, yeah, it's going to be on luck for Mr. Thomas to kind of find damage and get a way out of here. The defense mechanisms aren't working. He does have some things available to him to kind of extend this game as long as possible. But yeah, it's getting your opponent to that danger 3 mark as much as best as possible. Finds the heal off of the level 3 Albedo with the natural play. And sets himself at 3-0. The bounce back Albedo with any standby climax also comes into play. He's going to go ahead and do his top check ability. Going to get rid of that. Does not want to see that there. Grabs the soul as well. And yeah, just needs the bum as much as possible here. Coming in, swinging big. For 2. 2 damage goes ahead and sticks the Yuri at 10k. Should be bigger than this. Cancels again. Man's not out of cancels yet. I'm going to go ahead and get a 3 here. And we're going to see. So some defensive options on Thomas's side. The climax combos for Albedo just were not coming together. So he doesn't really represent any anti-damage, and he wasn't able to peel any extra copies of the anti-soul or -3 soul event to his hand. So it's a little difficult to play. He's asking. I think he's a little shocked as well. So you can kind of hear him over the mic, but yeah, going into deck 3. And pushes it top. So, Johnny will find himself finally at level 2. Thinking about giving himself some access to red. I think he's just, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't want to lose a lot of these. He's a lot of tech cards. So yeah, just gets rid of. No, puts in the Kana instead. Takes the 3 for 2/2. So ready to go. 2 or less. I think he has access to the Minagi. I don't know how these names are coming to me, but it's like, it's been like a year since I watched this. Is it Minagi? Air anime. Oh my gosh, I do remember it. Right, goes with the Resident Stormer, just rips, shows his Misuzu to grab a Misuzu. Has a lot of stock to play with, and he's even floating the burn 1 5 times. Yep, so just goes ahead, heals to stock, using the Minagi, no extra climaxes in here, baby. So we do know that he does represent the, or Thomas does represent the anti-level punch, so something that he can play, try to play around. Or at least what he could do, I mean, there's no downside where he just forces him to use it. The anti-level punch is going to be a drop 2 cards from hand as well, on top of the 1 cost of the punch itself. Checking powers, I think. But yeah, he definitely needs to try to get over this Albedo, because if he lets this Albedo live, it just becomes annoying. And the longer the Albedo stays, the more problems this deck becomes. Go ahead and pay 1. Resonates the Isuzu again, showing Yuri and Saya. Just ends up grabbing those. And I think he wants to make sure that he doesn't want to flood the field too much, so that he can at least represent the Misuzu here. So he can, yeah, there's a crash target there. So gonna go ahead and use the Rico effect, dropping, yeah, the card that the duels that he grabbed. Sees the climax off the top. Maybe another Stormer 0 just to get rid of that, just because it's annoying when it's there. So yeah, drops it just to grab it back. The clock costs Fukujira, and this is the in-battle one, so in battle is represented as long as it's a front attack, he cannot deal any combat or burn effects. Or and in I believe it's in climax step, cannot. So climax step and in battle, Albedo will prevent any burn effects. So no Goobas, unless you side. But then, yeah, there's still options, but we'll see. Yeah, coming through. It looks like he wants to crash his board. He's representing the anti-change punch as well. It'll take a hit to his hand, but you know, it'll let him take some extra time. He also has the minus soul punch if he also, or yeah, I think he's representing the minus soul as well. So there, yeah, it's definitely he lives an extra turn, but he needs 2 turns in order to pull this game out. So Yukito comes out. We're just going to go ahead and attack. He's going to crash in for 2. Climax goes ahead and grabs his Misuzu Climax just to get that on to his board. So Minagi's going to go ahead and crash in here. This is going to be for 2. And the question is, yeah, he just takes the 2. So, doesn't do anything. He needs to get rid of the soul. And the only problem is at level 3, the card costs a little bit more. Yeah, needs to think about this -3 soul here. Is it even worth it to rip? But not looking like it. Does go to clock. Understand there's all his standbys. It's still not the right standby. Doesn't have a way to grab it, so yeah, pushes up and just needs to swing as much soul as possible. Plays the Albedo. He's going to go ahead and heal off the 1 that he clocked. Playing a 3-4. A little difficult here. Standby is going to go ahead and get played. We're going to go ahead and... Oh, no, he does have the right Climax, so he's going to go ahead and drop the other Climax from his hand, pull out the 3rd Albedo, prevent as much interactive damage as possible, and also grabs the -soul punch, so he can kind of represent that. Heal also comes through, and we're going to bounce and gain some soul here to try to push some damage. I think there's a world, I think the world here is he wants to get him probably to 2-5, sit him there, and maybe represent another round of Albedo Climax combo just to get some extra burns in and prevent any extra damage, but we'll see here. So coming in first, he's going to go ahead, and I think he's going to side here because it's a cancel. Or the burn 1 happens first, and he goes to 3. Of course, the last standby is triggered. It's not his game today. Is the 1. Albedo comes in. He's going to go ahead and bum the 1. Cancels the burn. Cancel, cancel. He's just not having it today. Johnny said, I am not taking damage today. Johnny said, no, thank you. No damage for me. All right. So 2, 3, 4. So, yeah, doesn't have enough for the Kanade event, so I don't think he has dolls, so ends up ditching the Kanade. Or he already has a copy of it. He can literally just dolls here. Oh, my God. Yeah, dolls for the stock. Puts Misuzu in. And here we go, boys. We're going to let it rip. This is it. This is the alternate win condition. He's going to go ahead and brainstorm. Maybe he gets 1 extra stock. But Yes Man's going to let a ping, 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 ping rip. Going to ping him 5 times. And I think this is the writing on the wall. I don't think that anyone's... It won't really surprising, but we'll see what happens. We're going to refresh for Johnny. Takes the 1. There's his consolation prize, I guess. Gets the free stock. And from his hand, he summons... He has to have 5 characters, have 8 stock, and he's going to go... Drop a card. 1, 2, and game. And there it is. Johnny L is the winner of Swiss, and we will be going to Top Cut. Stay tuned for the deck checks, which we'll be doing live. Just something for you to watch. But But congrats to the two for making it out of Swiss. If anything, this was the game to lose, so not too terrible for Mr. Thomas. He'll still see himself in top 8. But yeah, we'll be back for Swiss, or not Swiss, top 8 in just a bit. Stay tuned.
Cheater!
Second place, Thomas I. Third, Mick O. Fourth, Alex D. Fifth, Eric C. 6th, Marco R. 7th, Raven L. 8th, Dan P.
all players set up, we're going to go ahead into our first top 8 match. Yeah, we're going to go ahead. We did some announcements. I'm not sure if everyone heard, but top 8. Let's go into the rankings really quickly here. So at the very bottom here, I'd like to congratulate our top 8 finishers. In first place, we had Johnny Allen. He was on the key deck. Thomas I. You guys saw those on stream, so those aren't really surprising. Nick O returning back with the O and K. Alex D, the HoloLive player. Eric C, I don't know if we've seen him yet. We have Marco R, Raven L, and Mr. Daniel Pateno for your top 8. Congratulations to those top 8. They will be playing in a bracket-style match. Starting off with, there's the championship belt being flexed on the screen. And yeah, we're just going to go into it. So this is going to be a little hard because the top 8 player, Marker R, decided not to submit a deck list. Well, he manually wrote out his deck list. So we're going to be figuring it out as we go along. But he's going to be playing Azure Lane on the left. And we have Mick playing the Oshinoko deck from earlier as well. All right, going right into it. Whenever the players are ready to start, we're going to go ahead and watch this. I am, once again, Nils, your caster. Thanks for sticking with me. Here's the top 8. We're going to decide who's the best. We've got representations from San Francisco, Sacramento home, and Bay Area as well, which would be South Bay. Right, so Marco R opening his mill, and it's going to go ahead and drop 4. Going to be playing the Azure Lane. I believe it's the Climax list Azure Lane. And there's the handshake from both players. Marco R goes into his mulligan. And it looks like he's going to go ahead and draw as well. All right, so we've seen a little bit of Oshinoko deck, but it looks like Marco is on top with the Azure Lane. It looks like he's going to be playing a variant of the 8 standby build. Right, starting off with the Cats. Fuso? Yep, Yamashiro.
That's Fuso.
Fuso comes out. Goes into his deck, searches out the Yamashiro, double SR right there, and we're going to rush, baby. 3 damage is going to come straight out the gate, starting off with the Cats right there. That Yamashiro? Yamashiro is going to be 3 soul and 3 5. 4K. 3 5. 4K?
3 and then 4.
Okay, I have my resident Azure Laner players helping me out.
I'll see if I can find out.
So also commits the Helena to the back row as well. Helena Brainstormer with the front 500 and just, yeah, completely showing standbys the level 1 into play as well. So 4 damage. It does get canceled, though. So looking okay here. Oshinoko starting off, drops the event, gets his draw 2. All right, commits the changing Aqua as well as an Akane to the field. Can't really climb over this Yamashiro? Yamashiro. I think it's like 4K right now, so yeah, no way he's going to climb over that. I don't know all the boats in Azure Lane, I'm sorry. We'll try our best, but also drops the Brainstormer on the back. Going in with the side, of course, hits it for 1, sticks the 1. 2 coming in. 2 coming in. 1, 2. So cancels on 2, and we are back to the rush effect. So Marco's going to go ahead, do his stand draw. No cards were contested, just the low stat line of the Oshinoko decks makes it a little difficult at 0 to actually climb over things. There are some abilities that will give power, or some effects such as the double trigger Aqua that kind of get through things. But you play something that's, I think you play something that's like 2-5 in front of Oshinoko, they ain't doing a thing about it. So, goes to the clock to draw 2. and switches up the Fuso to the top. That also has +1 soul, so he's representing 2 soul in 2 lanes right now. And Rune is revealed off the top, and he's going to go ahead, yeah, add, drop, and add the Rune. I think it's Rune. Right, starting in, comes in for 3, cancels off the 1. So pretty timely cancels here. He doesn't want to take too much here, but I think he's okay with taking a little bit, wants to kind of go even. This is the one he wants to cancel, though. Unfortunately, does not cancel, so he doesn't get the free stock with Akane. So Akane will eat that. Last one's going to come in for 2 here. 2, and there's another Yamashiro, but 2 will go through. And Season Cell had 0-6, so has an opportunity to go to 1 fairly easily with just a clock draw here. Mick going to the draw. Looking the clock, wants to make sure he has the right color, so he needs to see blue here, because I know he plays the level 0 blue combo. Probably going to get rid of the Mem Swapper, or the stock peaker. Hisuian Heavy Ball Memcho. Calls the blue. Needs to check. Did he draw us 2? I guess he did. Does have a climax in hand, judging from that, and it's a he does need to run over these cats because these cats are going to get out of control. Plays the P-Man, puts her into memory, allows him to look at the top, and sees Akane and the double trigger Aqua JC. Probably just gets the JC Aqua here, and it's a little difficult because he definitely wants to get rid of these cats. These cats are 4-5, I believe, right now with the Helena in the back row. Or 4K, I believe, with each Helena in the back row. I think 3-5 and 4K. No, they're both 4K. What am I talking about? So yeah. So it's gonna go actually Brainstorm first. Sees what he hits, doesn't hit anything, and is going to commit the 1-0 beater Akanes to the field, as well as the double trigger Aqua. And just gonna run over these and try to get what he can off of this. No climax committed this turn. He's actually just gonna trade the Akane. I don't think the Akane's not big enough. Oh, doesn't choose it, so it's gonna trade the Akane. Or that's the Akane cleaner, yeah. Gets the trigger, gets the Aqua to his hand. So trades, cats, gets rid of the big cat, and covers the last one. There we go. Good honest Weiss here. No climax combos or anything like that coming out. So Marco's in a bit of a pinch here. Only a few cards left in hand. He needs to option clock to get as much as he can to recover. I don't think he has a standby in his hand to get out the... Do you know what the ka-ching looking girl is? Yeah. Standby. Tutu, yeah.
Yeah, Augustus.
Augustus, yeah. So, yeah, he wants to stand by the Augustus. The Augustus has the freeze too, and it's just a big body. But nope, ends up just making cats. We're making cats. Yeah. Making cats. Goes into his deck to find a cat dropping, I think that's the rune. Did he just fail to find a cat? Please play a cat from your hand. Please prove me wrong and say you got a cat. All right, rest to check, leaves. No, discards. Brainstorm. Please play a cat. You're top 8, everybody. Did he miss a cat? Okay. Oh, no, that's still, yeah, that's still Fuso, right? All right, stand by Augustus, and all right, you know, thing is filled. We can get it. We've got attackers. That's all that matters. All right, so he's gonna go ahead and freeze the Ruby Brainstorm as well as the Akane, just so it doesn't do any funny tricks. But coming in, crashing in the cat into the Aqua here, shows him 2 and the standby. So he can get another August here, maybe play over the sub, but we'll see what he wants to grab off the standby trigger. Dang, I'm sorry, I can't tell what that is. But the cat's going to come in. It's going to swing in pretty big for 4. Cancel off the top for 2. Maybe Aquila? Yeah, it's hard. It's SR. He does JC, brings back the Akane back to hand, and sends that Aqua to memory to start stocking his ability. And he also gets another standby. This one's going to be for 3, though. So Nick's going to find himself at 1-5 and staring down 2 Augusts with the last standby trigger there. He's going to go ahead and call. Yeah, he does get that stand. He doesn't stop her from standing, so he may want to go to deck 2, try to at least land the Aquas. I don't believe he'll be able to overpower the Aquas. They will get some 2k power, but the power line will not be able to stop those Augusts, which are sitting, I think, at 9k apiece. Is that Prince Ardbert? No, we'll never know. But the Gusts are going to be sitting at 9-5 apiece. They do have hand encore as well with the restand combo off the standby. So it's going to be a difficult line for Mick to play here. Only being level 1, he doesn't have access to the EPs or anything that can kind of crash over these or even the supporters. So probably his best line is to try to, he's even just setting up for the Ruby right away. Try to get the Aquas out. Yeah, the Aquas can only get, I think, up to 7k. So there's the first Aqua. There's a Akane coming out. Akane's going to Rico, maybe get a second Aqua if he has that. Oh, drops the Climax, so he probably has one already. And sees a Ruby Climax, so he's going to get a 0. And it gets, I believe, yeah, that's the free fresh. So just in case of emergencies, they'll see that 1. May want to brainstorm that away or get rid of that somehow. Oh, there's a Akane where she can clean out triggers, so that's pretty good. So the 1-0 Akane is when she attacks, give all your characters the ability, drop a Climax from hand. When you trigger a Climax, you may pay out the Climax and instead turn that into a door. Or I guess that would be for the pants. So it's a pants cleaner. Pants cleaner. So the Akane's 65, 75. So just going in raw. Shows him the 1, gets the cancel off the top. Ends up going and using the door. Gonna go ahead and grab the Ruby right away. Yep, there's a crash there. He's also gonna crash the Aqua as well, coming in for 1 there. And probably a side here if he doesn't want to capitalize. Oh no, he's like, is he bigger? Oh, he doesn't have, yeah, so he should be. He doesn't have a Fuso. He traded it out, so he would be bigger on that end. So August staring down 2 free open lanes. And we're going into a deck refresh right now from Mick here. Oh yeah, the deck is still live, so we're just doing a soft refresh for when the damage happens, and we're good to go. Make this as smooth gameplay as possible. Marco's hand still bleeding a little bit. It's going to move up. I don't know what that is. I want to say it's Prince Albert. as just an attacker. If you do know what that is, feel free to let me know. I would appreciate that. Oh, it's Odin. So moves up Odin here. And yeah, just kind of staring down these cards. Odin's just acting as a beater right now. And then yeah, Odin gets the exchange stand, so she gets to choose the attacks by paying 1. At the beginning of your opponent's attack phase, swap your 2 characters, so bigger gets in front of smaller. Yep, hits a, just goes through the brainstorm. Gonna go through the deck to. Unfortunately, misses the brainstorm. Really wants to hit these, but still sitting on an available standby. So if he wants to commit, I'm not sure what standby that he has in his hand, but there goes Rune. And 3 cards left in hand. Yeah, he's able to assert some dominance here. He's not losing too much hand with the ability to maintain the board. August's going to go over Akane, obviously, and moving the supporter in the back. And here we go. Letting it rip. So coming in for 2 with August here. 2 goes through. Refresh. I'm going to call that. There we go. Red into the clock. Have that available. And then the second one's going to go through. No cancel, so no Akane bound, or no Akane free stock here. 2 is going to show up from Odin. Oh, excuse me, 3. So 3, no standby targets. Does get a cancel on the top there. And this is going to be 2, or 3 actually as well. Or 4. Yeah, 4. 4 from him. So Nick finding himself at level 3's door once again on stream. Needs to kind of piece this together. A little behind in damage, and the relentless assault coming in from these large warships are making it very difficult for him to maintain board when he's crashing. So ideal state for Marco. Not taking too much damage from mixed counterattack. He just hasn't been able to piece together a climax combo in this scenario. So thinking of clocking, getting himself to 3. He can establish the board if he wants to play the rubies that we know that he grabbed a few to his hand and just start pushing them, and then asking Marco to challenge those rubies. So he's going to go right to 3, grab his 2, sees an Akane, and the 2 rubies. So plays out the ruby 1, plays out the ruby 2. No heals available, just damages 3-0, of course. And we need to figure out if he wants to let that ruby go or if we just try to get over these Augusts. 3 cards in hand. I don't believe he has a punch. So Augusts are a little bit in danger here. Not quite big enough. I think they're going to be 10k a piece. Oh no, 10-5 a piece with the 1-1 support in the back. So the ruby does need the climax combo to get a little bit more power just to grab over these Augusts sitting in the front. So the 1k1 happens. Unfortunately, missing his timing for the trigger check. Unless I missed it, but goes for the 2. Ruby's going to go ahead and swing. Is she going to use the combo? She needs to pay 1, drop 1. So this is going to be 11k on the ruby here. $11k coming through. So, yep, going. Looks like he's ready to pay the cost for the climax combo. Pays out the 1. Needs to pay the 1. Or no, it's just pay 1 from hand. And both will go in. So he has enough. So both will stick in. Uncancelable damage. Pretty big. Big bonk ruby. Comes in now. We're going to see the swing. So 1, 2, 3. 1. We have a pause here. So 1, 2, and 3. And 3-6. So the damage is going to go through against Marco here.
Is this finisher or is that Fedric?
Pardon?
Is this finisher Fedric?
His finisher is the burn 2, the climax less burn 2 one. Perseus, I think.
Oh, okay.
Perseus with Graph as level 2 combo. So another 2, he's gonna put the climax out, gets the Mocha, gets the Helena in, and we're gonna go ahead and swing for 3 again. So Marco also finds himself at, oh, thanks. Marco also finds himself at 2-6 at 3's door, and the Ruby takes over the field now. So Marco does have access to the finisher in Perseus, where he doesn't really need the climax to activate it. It is pretty hefty on a pay 2, ditch 2, and at the beginning of your attack phase, you may deal 2 to your opponent and then heal 1. The only problem is, since the beginning, Marco's been throwing out everything, so hand's a little heavy, or hand's not as heavy as he'd like it to be. 3 cards in hand, and we go ahead and draw 2. So many worlds where he can win still, but first things first, Marco needs to solve the answer to his rubies. He cannot let the rubies go off once again, so he does need to commit to the board, something that can actually bump over these rubies. On the defense and the backswing, you know, in case that Mick is able to cancel or able to live, he can at least 3-stock one of the rubies to try to recycle the combo again. But we're going to go ahead and use the Helena Brainstormer to see if there's anything. So hits 1. So first Brainstormer was able to hit, gets 5, so I believe he's able to draw. That's TD Helena, so he only gets to draw 2. Not as good. You do get to go through 5. He did hit 2, but unfortunately he does only get to draw 2. So does have hand in order to play with, but is it enough to contest these rubies on the field right now? Looking over a little bit of his translation sheets to the left here, I can see him on cast right now. So checking some abilities, and I'm wondering if he's looking for the action behind the Perseus and what he's going to do. Well, yeah, let's see what he commits to the board. Definitely has the damage, so he is able, if he can slam 2 3s or even just another 2 4 soul, he will represent lethal. Maybe it's a cat's turn. Climax check, sees 3. No climaxes from the reveal either. Yeah, a little bit in the tank. It's a little difficult when you're on this thing. For deckless Satang, maybe. It depends on the TO if he wants to do that. It's going to be a little hard for Marco because he literally just had a written list of everything. So does end up not playing any level 3s out. Actually ends up just playing Ruin. It's going to try to represent the minus soul here. So I believe Ruin, when she's played, or on the start of your opponent's attack phase, she gets to pay 2, drop 1, and choose a character and give it -2 soul. So trying to extend his lifespan here, going ahead and drop Activate Augusta to just represent 7 damage. So 7 damage is on the table right now. So a cancel does need to be seen. Mick wants to cancel as much as possible. So standby is going to go through. People are touching cards. They're reading the effects of, I believe that's going to be, who is it? The 1/1, U47 to see on the trigger. Oh, so I think he's activating the U147. He did place a climax, so he is looking. And he can choose to either add it to the waiting room or leave it there, and looks like, yeah. No, he's just going to go through. He wants the damage, but that makes sense. Yeah, so 3 is representing here. Going to get over this ruby. 1, 2, 3, and 3 sticks. So we are at game right now. So before the 3 damage goes through, we are going to see the refresh. So, yeah, Mick's is a little bit no. He needs both of these to stick. So trigger will make things difficult, but if anything cancels, he should be in a safe place here. I don't believe there's any 2 souls, but any soul trigger will also make this a little unfun. So 4 damage. Looking for the win. Heart's beating probably. Question is, can Marcho clutch this out? Gonna go ahead and refresh. And 3 is gonna go ahead and stick. Next attack is gonna happen. Small or big? He's gonna go with small first, representing 1, 2. And just 2 here. So he's okay with taking this, but he needs to absolutely cancel this. So this is gonna be representing as 3 damage. Any trigger is gonna make it worse, but there's no trigger, so 1, 2. Cancel on 2. All right, so the answer in the play here is he's going to let the rubies go through. But he needs to find 6 damage right now. Has 1 clock draw 2 available. He's only 3, 5. But yeah, lets the rubies go through. Oh, I see. The clock draw 2 would have made things even a little bit difficult. He can't really play for the ruby at the moment. But the -2 soul is active, and I don't believe he has the bounce effect in play. So the -2 soul will make things a little difficult. It will eventually nullify one of the characters in his attack. Unless he can get a trigger, maybe that's like a 1 ping if he's able to commit any more too. So he's going to go ahead and drop the Aqua Climax. And needs to represent a heal here or a refresh. So, going to, I think, do the double trigger Aqua. I think he's realizing that he should probably not have clocked with only 3 cards left in deck here. Oh, no, he has the Ruby. Just kidding. It's all solved. Who am I kidding? I don't know how to play this game, clearly. All right, Ruby comes out. Going to get his heal. Puts him out of the danger zone, so he does get his 3 attacks. The question now here is, does he have the Climax? He did drop the other Aqua Climax. So what's the other cards in his grip? The Ruby in the back, I believe, is frozen, so she can't even move up. So he does need to commit a bunch of cards to the field. He's going to get the Clock Swapper. Let's see what he ends up grabbing. Has another copy of Ruby, but not the one he needs. So go ahead and put a card in the Clock. To grab something? Grab something? Clock Swap? Grab something? Oh, wait. Did he grab something? He may have missed something. Oh, wait. He did grab something. So, yeah. And that's him putting it back in the Clock. It's the other way around. But going through places the Akane is going to Rico. Trying to see what he has. And what is possibly available to him. Does he have the Climax? He doesn't have the outlet to the Ruby, though. That's the problem. And I think he might be checking to see, can he possibly Ruby Brainstorm here to get a card into hand. 2, 3, 5, so not too, the Brainstorm's allowed, but does he have a Climax left in deck? And it looks like we're just going to attacks. So Declaration Rune's gonna go off. Do a swap, but yeah. I don't know, but Rune's gonna go. Oh yeah, it's Ruby's bigger than the left side. So checking powers, I believe. There's a swap, and going to attack phase. Yep, gonna go ahead and pay the 2, play the 1 from hand, and probably targets -2 soul on the Ruby. Yep. So he effectively only has a 2 damage showing. Needs 3 triggers in a row, essentially. So this one's going to be for 1. We're going to salvage the Ruby. Yeah, it looks like the writing may be on the wall here. Akane's going to come in through, swinging in for 1 as well. 2. There's the 2. So there's all his climaxes that he needed. Yeah, missing those. And -2 sold. There is no things to do here. So he will crash probably Akane and maybe just pay out the 3. The question is there a point of swinging here? Which he does. He's going to lock out those 2 climaxes and refresh his deck with, I think, 6. And then writing might be on the wall here, and 1 damage is needed just to win this game. So on Marco to clutch out just 1 single bit of damage. All climaxes in. I don't believe he has Perseus available to him, but he can look for it. Goes to the clock draw 2. And the refresh penalty, so. Pays the 1 to take a peek. Gonna go ahead and discard it, or rest to take a peek. Gonna go ahead and discard it. Use Helena to go through 5. Try to get some draws. And his goal is just to get Perseus here, just to maximize. There's a world where cancels do happen. Very unlikely, but still a possibility. So fresh deck, I think 6 climaxes in, and swinging pretty big with the 2 open lanes. Gonna go ahead and commit the Odin to the field. We learned that now. And representing that 1 lane with the 1 damage. So he needs to check and make sure that nothing bad happens. I think he does get something back to his hand. Yep. Pays the 2. Yep. I think that's pretty. All right. I think that's it. That Perseus? That's not Perseus. I don't know who that is. Unfortunately, it's not in the random Azure Lane 8 standby deck that I randomly looked up. Let me see another deck. I don't see that either. But sticking 1 damage, so it's just kind of get it in there. So yeah, removes the thing. Yeah, just puts down Odin. Just wants to get his damage in. And swinging in. Just making sure he gets over this Ruby in that weird case where things go. Oh, it is. So pays the 2, drops the 1, cancels. And big dreams. 4-2. Cancels. Weiss Schwarz, baby. All right. I mean, this is live. He's swinging for 3 and 2 now. Rune comes in swinging for 3. 1, 2, and that's it. So Marco takes it. He's going to go to top 4. And they reveal the top just to check to see what would have happened. But unfortunately, 1 card too late. right, we're moving right into the next round. Here in the top 8, we are bound to the top 4. So just to update you guys on the standings for the top 4 members who are playing, it's going to be Johnny L on key. We have Thomas I on Overlord. You've seen him multiple times. Marco R, you just saw him on Azure Lane, and we also have Mr. Alex D on his HoloLive build. So we do have a run back match. We won't be showing that. We will be featuring Marco once again, but it's going to be Marco R versus Thomas I on Overlord. No, this matchup has not happened yet. We have featured Thomas a lot, but that's the nature of being on top. Yeah, it's just for, I don't want to watch Key. I don't think my heart can handle Key versus Holo again. All right, we will be watching 1 second, and then I'll be right back to get some information from ITO. All right, we're getting right into it. Featuring once again, Marco and Thomas. So we've played pretty much. We are 8 games in, folks. I am almost Weiss Schwarz out, but I have been happy today. I got to watch some good ass Weiss. Some clutches in the top and some upsets in the bottom. But you know what? We're all here to have fun and win a giant wrestling belt. All right, so let's just get right into this match. And if anyone wants to join me, please, my voice. Starting off with the Cats combo. Fuso comes out, and she's going to go ahead and search for her Yamashiro partner. Yamashiro SR comes out as well. So, going to go ahead, probably switch those places out. Yamashiro going to come up, Fuso coming back, and he's going to represent his 3 damage. Swinging strong. I'm still parsing through random encore decks for Azure Lane standby builds, just because it's kind of hard, but I think we're good. Let's see what we can do. Standard Azure Lane. I'm just gonna keep going through standby decks until I find the cards I need. But commits to the board. The Helena as well in the back, so that Cat's gonna be a big 4K. 3 damage does end up sticking on the field for Mr. Thomas, and it's gonna be up to him to respond. So he wants 2 climaxes in hand and a pretty. Not the greatest hand. So Helena is going to be a +5 front 500, and it's going to be a tap rest 5 rest, check 5, add, draw cards. Sorry guys, it's been a long day. So the Ain's Drop Searcher is going to come out to the field. No effect there, as well as the Aura is going to be 3K on representation. So unfortunately doesn't have the Clock Shot Ain's to deal with the Cat right away. So might just be looking to get as much damage as possible. Does represent a standby, the Albedo standby, and pulls out the 1/1 Ain's right away. So we're going to come in for 2 just to counter some damage. Climax cancel on 2, 3 on the last. Next one, and cancel off the top. For Mr. Marco, 3 climaxes out at this point, representing the Cats though. So once again, it's going to be. It looks like it was like a brawl fest for both. Marco's going to want to establish as much damage as possible. They are both playing. We are watching a double standby matchup. So right, both players trying to establish board by presenting cards and characters that just cannot be overrun, and that's how they gain hand. And that's how they get soul from just a natural thing. So it's going to go ahead and move up the Fuso. Going to go ahead and brainstorm as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And unfortunately doesn't find anything off this Helena to brainstorm. but is representing 5 damage, 3 in the center and 2 on the left, and is going to be able to easily run over that Eins right there. The question, though, is does Marco want to establish another character or even represent an attack on the aura to give him the Fukujiro option, which doesn't seem like the case. He's showing him when the reversibility, yeah. So when that Eins gets reversed, he does add the option once that happens to pay 1, take 1. Reveal the top 2, add either an event or a level 1 or lower character to your hand. So moves his cards to the right. Does not want to give him that free card advantage right there, or at least that change, and goes ahead and standbys. And is going to get the U147, I believe, here. So Cat's coming in, showing 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this? Up, cancels on 2, so no damage taken from Mr. Thomas. And second Cat's going to easily climb over this aura at 4K and gives him the option for the Fukujiro. So Fukujiro, is he going to do so? Ends up dropping the level 3 Albedo. It's checking 4. He's going to need to add a level 1 or higher. Only does see the punch, so he's going to go ahead and get the anti-change punch, which actually, no, I wouldn't say only sees the punch. That's a pretty good, darn good card for this matchup. So the anti-change, I think it's going to cost him 1 and 2 cards in order to anti-level something. I don't have his deck list off. Don't ask me what it is, but that's anti-change, and we'll see what it happens. All right, so I believe that's the U147. Supporter does give 1/1. He's a 1/1 and does give level plus 5+ level, 5/4 level, and then has those neat search abilities. Gonna go ahead and do a drop search Eins here. Pay 1, drop 1, search. It's going to get rid of the punch that he grabbed earlier. Does not want to represent that. And it's going to go ahead and search out a copy. Oh, there we go. This is going to be the clock shoot Eins. So this Eins, when it's reversed, gets to shoot the character to removes the top clock, and it shoots that character clock instead. So clock shot sewer slider. We don't do that here. We slide in the sewers. All right. So it also has, I believe, the ability for, what is it? Reveal the top card. Pay 1, put the top card of your deck into your clock, and sometimes say, look at a 3, add 1 character. Yeah, that's what he does. Oh, shoot. And, yep, ends up grabbing the Lupus Regina. I knew that. The 0/0 Lupus Regina to his hand, which is a power pumper, so that's going to be actually very useful down the line for any of these standby tricks. First things first, let's get rid of that Fuso. Fuso comes in for 1. We're going to clock shot that Fuso. That Yamashiro is only going to go down to 1K. So another 2 comes in. 2 is going to go through, and I think this is going to be a side, but with a standby. So standby is going to happen. Not level 1 yet, so has to check a level 1 or lower. If he has another Eins, probably wants to put that. May not see it. So the obvious answer is probably the Eins, but doesn't see it. So he's just going to go ahead and put a Fukujiro onto the field and place it on top. Yeah, there you go. Get some value off of that Fukujiro right there. And 3 does stick, putting Marco to the first person to get to level 1 here. Checking his colors, wants to see what he wants to get. Most likely it's going to be a red card here, and he does put the rune in for the experience as well. And going to his restand. So Yamashiro sitting only at 500 or 3K right now. Goes ahead and clocks. I didn't check that card. I want to say it's Perseus, but it's the yellow card. Is that Perseus? All right, Perseus. I knew that. Uses U147 to check. Sees the rune on top. Does not like it, so sends it to the waiting room. Brainstorm from Marco. Going to check his top 5. Does this one hit? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. No brainstorms today. Got a dab from my co-commentator. That's how we do it, but no brainstorm hits today. Marco just wants to re-establish board. Unfortunately, the Fuso did get bumped, so that Yamashiro's a little, just a vanilla 3K right now. No souls or anything like that. And power lines, unfortunately, for Mr. Thomas are pretty low. He didn't pull up the 1/1, but Rune comes. He's going to go ahead and freeze the Eins, prevent that from moving up, so pretty good tech there. But only has a double lane right now. So he's going to go ahead and swing in for 2. 2 does stick, puts him to 1. So yeah, froze the Eins in the back, so Eins cannot come up. Pretty sick. And climbs over the aura easily, the Fukujira aura pretty easily, and it's going to go ahead and crush over this Ainz. Trigger on the stack. Let's see if Thomas wants to pay the 1 to see if he can add some cards to his hand. Looks like he's going to go ahead and do it. Is it just take the damage? You guys, I've been playing that card wrong. I play Overlord, and I've been paying 1 for that. I'm really bad at this game. So it's truly just take a damage check 2. Wow, I'm bad at this game. That's why I cast. Come fight me at BSF to get a free win. But anyways, Aura's going off. We're going to see if he wants to establish or at least play off the Fukujiro here. Looking at his deck, fairly thin. Maybe going for a reset. Doesn't really have any other mills in his hand to force the reset here, but does want to thin out his deck. He is getting pretty low. Standby is on the ready. So what is the answer here? Does he opt to Fukujiro? Looks like he might let this one go through. Hand is pretty okay. Nothing too out of ordinary. And thinking about what level 1 card or level 1 or higher card, yeah, let's let Fukujiro go. Stands everything. So Ainz is frozen in the back. Unfortunately, can't play off of that. He needs to naturally play them due to the August freezing his Ainz in the back. Option selecting into the clock, goes ahead and drops Lupus Regina and finds 2 climax, 2 of the Ainz climaxes to add a little bit of salt to the wounds. So he's going to look for it. Just does play the natural 1/1 Ainz to get the 7/5. So he's going to be sitting at 7/5. He will have the climax combo. Probably going to pull in the 2/2 Albedo that does give power. So it'll make the Ainz 10k just right over the Ghost. So I'm going to go ahead and do a drop search his deck. Not seeing anything else, so I think, yeah, he gets rid of the extra climax that he had. Going to pull out the 2/2 Albedo. Or is that the, yeah, that is the 2/2 supporter Albedo here. Should have 1, but, you know, priming that ready in his hand as well, just to get over power. I think in this matchup, the person who has enough support will dominate this matchup. But looks like we're going to go right into the standby. Going to play his 1. And look for the 2 back. So Marco's also going to be going to second deck fairly soon off of this attack, it looks like. Not keeping track of the climaxes, but probably going to be seeing those 2 damage stick. So going to go ahead and stand by. The Ainz climax plays that out. Going to probably search for the 2/2, get that support established, putting that Ainz at a clear 10k. So we're going to get over the cat and just going to make sure that he does get the kill. Does not need to kill the ghost here. Crashes in with the first Ainz. And he's going to show him 1, gets the cancel off the top. And he's going to go ahead and go again as well. And another, this one's going to be for 2 this time. So 2 is going to go ahead and stick. Going to get the on reverse salvage. And clear out his deck pretty much. Yep, didn't want to run into any 1/0, possible 1/0 punches. That would prevent that. Really wanted to establish that salvage, and I think that's okay. So August is going to get out here, restands. And Ainz will be sitting at a pretty 10k, I believe. 7/5 plus 1/5, 9k, sorry. So yeah, I don't even think it was big to get it for the August. But yeah, the 1/1 Ainz will be 9k right now. 7/5 plus 15, 9, yeah, 9. Moving over to Marco's turn, looks like he's thinking of whether or not he wants to see that. I don't think he does clock, so goes ahead and nope, thinking. Does he want to brainstorm? I think he's aware he doesn't have any climaxes left, so this brainstorm may not be fruitial for him. But yeah, actually ends up just moving the Helena up just to create the contest in the lane. Doesn't want to trade, so opts to just move Helena into the middle. Represent that 2 damage. And moves U147 to the right. Standby is going to freeze the Helena once again. Yep, so that's the 2-2 SP, I guess. Restand, choosing to freeze both the back rows, so those two can't move anywhere. So the change effect from Albedo he won't be able to change properly because, wait, is it anywhere on the position on the field? Let's see. Is it on top of her or anywhere on the field? That will be a big determining factor of how things will work. Oh no, it's any position. So if he does have unsuppressible feelings, he will be able to just pretty much cleanly replay over that. But does swing in first with the Ghost on the right. Does climb over and is going to hit the 2K. And refresh damage puts himself to 2-1, I believe. Oh, good, it's 3, so he does get the cancel off the top. All right, so no damage there. Second swing, gonna come in for 2. Cancel off the top once more. So reverse cancels off the top, and the last one's gonna be for 2 again as well. So we're gonna get the refresh first to see what happens. A little bit of information that we wanna make sure that things happen as needed. Any punches could be possibly played, but they don't know that. So Marco going into deck 2, I believe all his climaxes should be covered here. Quite a few stock on his end, didn't really need to clean anything out and was able to establish the Gust as he went to 1 first. But we'll see. So that, unfortunately, that eye just been stuck in the background. Can't do anything with it. Which really kind of is a smudge feeling. But going to deck 2, let's see the refresh points. I should have done that a little later. Refresh point. Clear. All right, so last one's going to be for 2, and 2's going to go through. Putting Thomas at level 2, puts his green in. Sources are already, and gets the reverse on the Irons. Opting to see what he's going to do, but it doesn't look like he wants to. Just going to let the board wipe. Or is he... He's going to go ahead and take the damage, actually, and we're going to check off of the Irons that got reversed. It does get a check. Yeah, there we go. Doesn't find another copy of itself. We're going to go to the draw. Does he off the clock? Does get a feelings count. Shows that to him. Finds another copy of it. So a lot of minus slow representation to stall this game to the effects. Albedo can't move, so he can't push up. He can still use the effect to play Albedo anywhere on the field. So if he does have the climax, which I believe he does, he will be able to play that Albedo out. The question is, does he want to be able to play 2? So he's going to go ahead and drop search, get the Albedo, and pay 1. Thinking about dropping 1 to go into search, goes into the search, drops the Albedo from hand to find another copy of the 2-2. Yep. So he wants 2 of them here. A little bit of banter from our players as they watch the finals round there on who deserves what and what happened to who. So we're going to go ahead and play the year to do a draw 2, drop 2. Draws 2, needs to drop 1 more card and drops the... yeah, drops another copy of the... Oh yeah, he's fine with grabbing it. And then he's going to go ahead and get his free stock off the 10K Yuri. So time for suppressible feeling. So here's what's going to happen. It depends on how much he wants to exhaust. He does need to ditch, I believe, a card from his hand. Pay 1 and ditch a card. So it looks like he might just leave the 2-2 out there and then standby in the other one. So go ahead and play the standby. Leave the frozen one in the back, and I think that's fine here. It's going to go ahead and pay 1. It's going to ditch 1, 2. Doesn't want to reveal that information. So it's going to show him the anti or the -3 soul punch. It's going to go ahead and play the early play Albedo, and he also gets to get the copy that he dropped back. So he's just going to show him that he has it, just to represent it. It transforms based on the level. If he's level 2, he gets to pay 2 to do it. If he's level 3, he has to pay 3 to do it. And at level 2, he gets a little 15k bonus on top. So standby comes, gonna go play over that Eins that wasn't really doing him any favors. Gonna play that Aura on top of the Yuri so that he can actually get over the August as well. So he's representing big damage on both sides. It's gonna be on Marco to see if he has a anti-change punch in his deck to stop that. So he's gonna go ahead and swap out the Helena and the Odin just so he doesn't get that free damage or that free over. Is the Eins big enough though? 2k plus 15. 35, 4, 45, so they're evil? No, they're 5k, 500 over. No, he's still bigger. Odin's still bigger. But the side should be slightly bigger. 10, 15, 5, that's going to be 12k. So I'm going to go ahead and crash the Odin. See if he wants to check for any punches and does not actually represent the punch just yet. So 1 goes through. I don't think... So... I do believe Azure does have access to an anti-change punch, but I don't believe Marco is running it in this scenario here. So we're going to use the climax combo, burn 1 in battle, and see burn effects are not allowed or in the climax phase. So 2 goes through. Marco will see himself to level 2 as well. And lastly, the Yuri will come in, swinging in for 2 herself at 12k. So he will play I will play a punch just to make sure this doesn't get booped. Gets a cancel. And yeah, it's going to be just a memory punch to stop the Yuri. So the board is clear. And he does get to leave with his August still into play. So, hand core, the Auguste, but that Albedo still sits herself at 10-5. So, using his U147, do some little peeky. Does not like that on top, gets rid of it right away. And Helena for the 3rd storm. 1, 2, 3, hits 1. There we go. Hits 2, so gets to draw 2 more cards, adding 2 to his hand. There's that 1 and the 2, and he does have the August Climax combo once again. Yeah, I haven't actually seen any triggers of standbys from both of these players. Everything has been like naturally standbyed in with the climax play. I think the only standby we saw get played was literally the aura. So, gonna try to contest this. I believe that Auguste is gonna be a 10-5 to the Albedo, which is 11-5. Gonna go ahead and stand by as well. A second copy of the Goose just to get the, I believe he gets an extra bit of power. And the freeze effect, and of course he's gonna freeze the back row again. So first things first, he's going to come in with Auguste herself. Is going to be for 3, so we're showing 3. Cancel on the top. Another one. This one's going to be coming in for 2, 3 with a standby. What does he want to stand by? Does he want to stand by? Look. What does he want to stand by? Possibly Rune over the Auguste. Yep. Contact Rune. Replace the Auguste. And this one's going to be for cancel again. Lastly, we will see, is this big enough? So he does have the unsuppressible feelings represented, or he's just going to crash in here. So this one's going to be 4, 3, 2, 3. So 3 goes through. Right. It's a hand core, stand and draw. So field has been established. Finds the anti-change. So this could be live where he plays around using the anti-change, knowing that rune is available on the next turn. Maybe sit him at 2-5 or try to get something in. But he does need to get something going and assert dominance on top of this rune. Yeah, so both decks trying to maintain board and establish dominance. Basically, he who hits more standby triggers kind of dominates the game. Going to the clock, he's going to go 2, 3, 6. Finds another unsuppressible feeling, so can get this out again and actually contest pretty much the board if he wants to. Can't move the 2-2, but he does get to place it if he does it properly. Goes ahead and plays the bouncer standby. So the question is, can he do this here? What does he want to do? To the Nabe, possibly live. He's going to play the EP heal, just get himself down 2, 2, 5, and put that out of the damage range. 2 cards left in deck. So power checking Rune's ability to see the minus soul if Marco wants to establish that. Just gonna make sure that's there. So yeah, gonna get rid of the August, and that Albedo's gonna be about 13.5 to Rune's 11.5. Yeah, I think that the early play Albedo is just slightly bigger by 500. So we're gonna go ahead and see if he wants to play the standby. I don't think the Nabe is gonna be live. He just doesn't have the hand to play it out. So let's see what he does here. Thinking a little bit in the tank. Definitely going to play the climax. Just thinking about if there's any opportunities or any better way, any formations to attack. It's limited, can't really move things around. But can at least represent kills in all 3 lanes. One, two, three. Probably doing climax check as well. So the question is, does he want to save this for now or for later? And the question also is, does Marco want to actually use the -2? So does pay the 1, drops a card. It's going to target the minus soul so he doesn't go to climax. Or it's like... Right, so just going, he doesn't decide to play the climax, doesn't want to represent that, so crashes into the August, climbs over the rune, gets a standby, so empty standby, unfortunately, that was not on the top. 2 goes cancel. And we're going to go to refresh here. And refresh. Clean. And last Albedo coming in 4-2. Needs to take the damage. Oh, he had -2 soul, -2 soul. Right, so the Albedos are represented. Those are big Albedos. I think center is going to be +3, 5, so 14, and right is going to be 12K. So Marco going to go ahead and clock to draw his 2. Gonna go ahead and swap over, move over the ghost to the center. Just gonna do a quick top check, give the power, I believe, to August. So August will be sitting at 10.5. I believe that's gonna make her 12.5, 11.5. So matching, or if not bigger than the albedo. We'll have to see. I'm not sure how much power she actually just got right there. So one more standby is going to get the graph in. And if graph, I believe this is the one, if it does kill, it does get to send the card to the top. So yeah, we want to make sure he does not lose his characters. So he does have the punch and air suppressible feelings available. Even he can even use those just as a anti-change bump. So he's going to go ahead and swing first. Ability's going to be granted, everyone. Needs to trigger. So the attack is on the table. Still seeing if he wants to use that. Pulls the Nabe punch. Does he want to prevent that from happening? So the anti-change punch will stop graph from happening. Pays the 2, drops the 2. Anti-change punch the graph. Power is going to be lost, and he's not going to have enough to actually climb over anything. So no damage going to be taken here. And hand is empty now. This is going to be smaller, unfortunately, so he's going to need to crash. 10.5 is not going to be big enough. So 2 goes through. Thomas finds himself at 3. Unfortunately, yeah, it does clock the aura punch, so he doesn't get that on him. Oh, it does get the clip kicker ability, so cancel him 2. So Thomas to find an answer here. Only finds an Eins. Is going to go ahead and draw his 2. Sees an unsuppressible feeling. So he can move his characters up if he just wants to smash some damage in. Yep. Doesn't have the climax. So counting his climax is seeing if he can live another turn. Plays the Demiurge. I don't know if he's going to go ahead and mill the 3, but looks like he's not going to go ahead and do that. And he's just going to go slam in for 2. So do a quick climax count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 7. Yeah, he did trigger 1, I believe. So going to his refresh, Marco. Sorry, I like phased out for like a good 10 seconds there. Marco going to his refresh. Ends up taking the damage. Saw his climax, so trying to sneak as much as possible. So 1 and 2. So 2 finds him there. Coming in with this albedo, this one's going to be for 4, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 sneaks in. And no lethal representation, even with the trigger, but will make things a little difficult. Yep. And 3. Not lethal, but makes things difficult. Nope, gets cancel on the 3rd. So a little breath of fresh air for Mr. Marco. He needs to find 5 damage, but his hand is not. He does have Perseus available, and the burn is available as well. He has the stock, but does he have the hand to do so? He needs to hit the Helena, basically. So, Astrocart's hand just has the 1. I believe that's the suppressible, but I don't think he can play that, though. So, tense moment. So, Perseus hits the field. This is the drop 2, burn 2. Cannot really commit. So, commits the cats instead and just has enough to pay. He's going to peek on top to see what's available and is representing lethal with 6 sources or 4 sources of damage. Can possibly sit on the minus soul. I am not sure if he can play that, though. That's the only problem. Our sentiments out of control. Does it change? It's bigger. So coming in for 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The writing looks like it's going to be on the wall. Comes in again. Is going to be for 2. It's going to be bigger. Here it is. For 2. And he gets the cancel. Oh boy. Weiss Schwarz, baby. Thomas lives to see another day and needs to find. Now he needs to find his return of 5 damage. Does have 1 opportunity to clock, but no way. No way. So has a heal available. And he's counting to see if he has any can he draw the climax to get the suppressible feeling? So goes ahead and draws. Goes ahead. Thinking about the clock, right? Because the case where. So we did see 1, 2, just 2. So he needs to find just 1 out. Oh, makes things very difficult. Yeah, so he needs to find. So he can keep the irrepressible or sentiments out of control online, or he can look for the climax, but it may not be enough. He is pretty heavy, so he's gonna go ahead. They still think, yeah, this is a difficult decision. It's does he want to go for the game and find the draw? Does not find it, but finds another copy of suppressible feelings. It's gonna go ahead and just play out the albedo, just get the heal. Honestly, just represent as much damage as possible. But Marco has nothing in his hand left. If he gets him so this is a weird world. If he gets him this 3/6, Marco may not be able to commit enough damage in the sense that he will only have the 2 in the back row to swing. But that's just enough. So yeah. So yeah, we're just playing off the top 5. Coming in 4/4. Gets a standby. So 2 instances of damage will pretty much cover this game. But one of these needs it. 2, 3, 4 goes through, and he's 1 damage away. Gonna swing heavy first. This is gonna be another 4. Oh, what? What? Huh? Take 8 off the top with how many in? Ah! No! Sorry for yelling. No way. What is that? What is that? Weiss Schwarz, baby! What is that? What did I just watch? What was that? What was that? Man just got robbed! He just got robbed in blind daylight. I'm sorry, Marco. I'm sorry. Ah. God said not today. So at the top 2, it's my boys on the top 2. Card art represent number 1. Number 2, we got the run back of the century in Thomas Overlord versus Mr. Johnny L. Cheater on key. 1-2 finish for card art. We taking it home today. But we're going to go get things primed. Thanks for sticking with me on this last game. Congratulations to Thomas for getting up to 2nd place. And we're going to go ahead and prime up this last match with a few back and stuff. Thanks, guys. It's been 9 rounds, or 8 rounds of Weiss Schwarz, but we finally come down to it. The final, oh, it's top 4 still. The final match of the Gold Star Collectibles inaugural 1K Weiss Schwarz tournament featuring over 61 players. These 2 players have battled it out to the top, showing themselves on stream multiple times. What else can I do to hype this? I am tired. It has been a long day. We're getting a lot of Weiss Schwarz. What's up?
He says he wants me to commentate.
Yeah, all right. I'm tired. I'm going to have Jonathan come with me and commentating. I don't, you know, Keith, screw it. We're going to have our guest judge, Jonathan, on stream right now. I've been speaking all day. But these boys have been playing Weiss Schwarz all day. They are 8 games deep, and they are now playing for the $500 prize here.
That's why I was giving Jonathan the
And the championship belt to be crowned the first inaugural Gold Star Collectibles 1K champion.
How's it going, everybody?
On the cast we have, these guys are finishing facts. We also want to eat dinner.
Yeah, we do. We had some pizza, but we need more.
Thank you, Gold Star, for offering the pizza. But yeah, we're
That was
looking for
very
some
cool,
here.
yes.
Yeah, thank you. Right, yeah, we're just getting right into it. So yeah, Jonathan K., our secondary judge, helping us with the commentary because I've been talking to you guys all day. Here's another voice for you guys to listen to.
Yep, so when we are underway, so he...
Shiki comes out,
Yep,
going
swings
with
for
it.
2.
So the last time these 2 met, it was kind of a smudge game where Thomas just kind of got blown out. He just took too much damage too early. No standbys hitting in.
Yeah,
Found the
There's-
3-8 combo or 3-8 event to just bum him out.
yeah. When you get hit for a lot of damage too early, sometimes you just can't come back from it, and that just kind of seals the game early. But we'll see what happens this time around.
So Thomas is going to represent the Eins that will clock shot. He also gets, I believe, the pay 1. He doesn't really have any stocks, so can't really pay 1 clock himself. But we'll clock shot the Shiki. So Shiki will still get her search if she does reverse this Eins. Or the drop salvage, like
yeah,
drop salvage.
The salvage
but
ditch.
none of these shenanigans for the next turn, really.
Yep.
So 2 damage goes through. Shiki's going to find herself in the clock. But on the stack, he does have the salvage option. Maybe grab that Kana?
Maybe, or just ditch it. You can always grab the card and just ditch it.
Ditch it, right? Just not feeling it. No,
Yep,
ends
so
up
he does
grabbing
take
it. Takes out the Yukito, grabs the Kana, right? Something to play for the turn. So maybe
Right.
good or bad.
Clock's a 3-2. He's got a copy of the event in hand. Be useful next turn. Start building some stock.
And plays the Resonant Storm and already has it. So gonna show him his Misuzu. Get his Resonant Storm off 1. Shiki off the top. Probably maybe just snap this. No need to go any deeper. Pretty good card. 3K.
He's
Yeah,
only
just
only
nabs
one
the
climax
Shiki.
out, so
Yeah, nabs the
doesn't have
Shiki
to
here.
mill too much.
And floods the field here, so he's going aggressive. And you kind of want to do that, get in standby. You just don't want them to maintain board. But there's 3 empty. It's going to be an empty pants, though, unfortunately. So no climax salvage here. Kana goes in, showing another
3.
It's
If he lands- if he
just
lan-
a
oh,
repeat
okay.
of what last game where he just
I was going to
bumped
say,
in.
if he lands three
He
times,
All
this
right,
game
so
is...
we've got a game this
yeah,
time.
all
We've got a
right.
game this time.
Yeah,
So
this is a
Thomas
bit
gets
more
to stay,
even.
Yeah, Thomas gets to stay at 0 this time around.
Yep. Might clock to level 1 here.
Showing himself at 0-6. Yeah, options to clock here. Not representing or holding a standby in his hand, so may not get immediate value, but no, he still wants cards in hand to start to just keep ramping up his hand or keep establishing. Because with this case, Johnny did shoot 3 characters out. The Kana, if he can actually get the Eins again to bump that, he can prevent him from getting any more cards. It has the Aqua effect on that, instead send it to memory and then do the Aqua effect. Just ends up playing the Aura 3K, or the Aura Fukujiro, into the center. And what else does he want to do here? No stand. I didn't think he drew a stand, but yeah. Maybe just assert dominant, because, well, the Yukito gets big. So,
Especially if he's not level 1 yet. But once he
Yeah.
hits level 1, he can use the event counter, and the Resonator will give plus 1,500 to a character and Hand Encore, so that may come into play.
there's a world here where he just tries to keep him at 0. And
Well, he's already 0-4, so
it's
If-
like 1 day. I mean, it's
yeah,
just it's what happens.
if anything sticks, then
You go through. Yeah. Plays the Aura or the C2, CZ as well. Gives 500 whenever something does get reversed. And gonna go ahead, swing with the Aura first. 3K is gonna get over those two. Coming in
Cancels
for cancel one. So let's see. Yeah, get rid of the Shiki. You don't want to give him one. So 2. So this one sticks. So yeah,
Two
so he
sticks.
goes. He goes in. He
Yep.
goes in now.
So he'll definitely be
The
level 1
question is,
next
does
turn.
he side here through the Kana? Probably doesn't want to give him that Shiki up.
Nope, he fronts. And
Fronts
he's going to
and,
use
yeah,
Kana.
use the- yeah, I guess it is a case where he does force him to use it. Like, hey, you want to get value or do you want to just let this die?
Right.
So ask him if he wants to use it. He goes ahead and does that as well. Pays his 1
Puts a Kana in
into
level.
memory.
Sends the
into
1 to memory.
And then check 2 gets both. Yuiko and the MILF.
Yep.
What? I read that. I read those down.
Well, that is a Rico. That is a Rico effect. So he
Yeah.
could Rico to. Oh, he just drew a drop salvage anyway. So he can pay out both of his stock to get out that climax.
So the question here is, can he beat over this Ainz right now? Ainz, I think, is only representing 75. No climax combo, so easily with the Yukito, if he can throw another one, just throws the dolls.
He levels the event, or clocks the event rather.
Says, no, thank you, I don't need this. Or he already has multiple in his hand. I don't know. Do you see any more? I think I see 1. So power checking at 75. Aura, I believe, is only going to be 15, and the Ainz on the left is going to be 500. Goes ahead and plays a Kane out. Pays 1, ditches the climax. He's going to go ahead and drop search here. Pulls the first Yukito out, so that's done.
Yep. He's also going to. Oh, he also gets to pick up a card from his clock and swap it.
Yeah, he knew that.
So,
he knew that
yep.
was there. He knew what he was doing.
That makes sense.
This man's undefeated today.
Yeah, he's played this deck for quite a while, so he's very comfortable. He knows a lot of the different lines that you can take with it. He makes sure to pay out his blind, his first climax, his first stock. And he's checking 1 at a time. Takes another Kana. He doesn't need the Misuzu because he already had one in hand. We saw that earlier.
So plays the dolls. He only has 15 to give. So the Yukito's going to be 6, 7, 5. He'll be 8, 5 with the Yukito. So the Yukito's natural 6K if you have 2 or more other characters. And then climax combo will put him to a 7K combo. He does give the power, so it's going to be showing 75 right now, so he's even. But there's the 1K one onto the climax. Checking the dolls. Checking to see where he's going to grab the dolls from.
Should be
Going
able to
into
search
deck,
for at
yeah.
least
So he's
one.
going to check. He's going to do 1, right? And then he's going to check if he needs to pull out the other one, which he probably will. Yep, there's 2 dolls off the Yukitos.
Yeah, his last Resonate did reveal 2 climax. Not Resonate. The last event that he played revealed 2 climaxes. So he's a little thin on climaxes in deck, but he's still low level 1.
I mean,
so he might, he might stay level 1 for another turn. Hopefully.
As is the norm for Mr. Johnny L. Cheater here today.
Yeah, he might stay level 1 for the rest of the game, like last game.
Or he could just stay level 1 for the rest of the tournament. We're having fun here. I finally have someone to talk to, thank God. But
Got
coming
space
in,
for 2.
there's 2.
He's going
to punch. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he has a
prevents
1K.
it.
He has
1K.
a 102K punch.
Yep.
Got it.
Stops
Okay.
that from happening. And this is only going to be 5. So he's way over this. So, yeah, coming in for 2. 3. So I think that may have been his last door here. And does
He is gonna
grab,
take
so
one
yeah,
back.
just wants to go again, cycle that. So 3 comes through, 3 goes in. He is just jamming in damage today.
And Thomas is checking which climaxes are out.
And so he saw 2, so we're minusing 2. We have the 1 that he just played. So 1, 2, 3. I think I saw 3. So 4, 5, 6. We have 6 seen right now. And then the last Yukito, this one's going to smash for 2. No cancel, so Thomas will find himself at level 2 pretty early. Does not get another round at level 1. Thinking of clocking the green, but ends up just using the Ainz clock shooter in. Fukujiro on the stack, sees if he wants to do Fukujiro. Looks like he might just let it go, or drop the Albedo for Ham just to get that in the pile. Maybe he's probably going to check if he has one already. Yeah, and I think he did. Yeah, so. No, ends up just going and sees the Aura Punch. So this is a basically pay 5. Pay 5, drop 1, and rest punch something.
Rest a character,
so
yeah.
this has been pretty pivotal in all of Thomas's games so far.
where he does like to represent that and make sure that, you know, when you're swinging, you're going to be uncomfortable swinging.
Yeah. His hand is pretty light, though. He's probably going to clock for turn, but his...
CZ is on board, which can kind of reset his deck. We haven't seen too many climaxes actually coming from him, so goes ahead and clocks the Lupus Regina.
He does find a
He
climax.
finds the Ions climax here, so the salvage climax may not be what he wants, though. So he's thinking into deck. So this is in a pretty pivotal turn for him because he wants to establish the board as soon as possible before this looping Yukito canceling monster gets out of control.
His standbys do bring out his level 3s now, and his level 3s are quite large, so there is that, but you know,
mean,
if the key player is just pushing damage, that sometimes that doesn't matter.
So when we look at the key player's deck, he does run a copy of the secret agents, is what I've been calling them. The anti-early play, that bottom decks it, the 2-1, and it gets a check 3 out of 1.
I didn't see the key player's deck, but does he have the card that bounces also? There's a level 2 that can bounce.
I think he
other
does
characters.
not play that.
Some decks play it as a one-of tech card.
So you pay attention, I'll bet you his list.
But it is another way to sort of out these board-based strategies. So he's going to play out another level 1 Eins combo. And I think he's just going to do 2 lanes of Eins combo and get his...
he only represents 15, so he should be bigger if he standby. Yeah. He can standby in the supporter, the 2K or the 2-2 or even the aura support. So he does just do the 1-5-1. So those Eins, I think, are going to be staying at 10K. But he doesn't have enough of the Yukisho Resonance Stormers to represent the 3K punch here off of the dolls. But he will probably just get the dolls played just to get cards out of his deck. He's a little thin, and we saw 6 out. So checking.
So he's counting now.
See if it's worth it. Probably will let this one through. He might want to let this one through just to see what happens. Yeah, and that's exactly what he does. He's going to let it through. Just get the 1 out. He's not representing any large damage thresholds here, but does get a salvage off of here.
Yep, typical standby. Climax does not give soul, so you're only swinging for small numbers usually.
Yeah, he needs to play the bounce back albedo. So when he does play the standby, it does give something +1 power, +1 soul. So yeah, it needs to represent. So Johnny's been able to answer the standby lands, finds another standby. Does he want to stand by over the original Eins, but ends up putting in the 3-2 aura. I think it's the first time we've seen this today. Let me pull up his list. So that 3-2 aura is +15 if this is in your center state. So everyone gets +15.
So everyone else gets 15. Everyone else gets 15, or all of them?
All of your characters get 15.
Okay, so
it's the Nino.
So it gives itself 15 also.
Yeah. And then put 2 characters from your hand. When you reverse your opponent, you may shoot it.
Yep.
Shoot that the clock. So it makes everything. He is just making these swings uncomfortable, and that's kind of what is the focus of this albedo deck, is where you don't get to play your stuff, but I'm gonna make it as awkward as possible for you.
Yep. So Johnny used the event and got a blind stock off of it. It's always a little risky. You never know if the blind stock is going to be your cancel, but it does mill through a bunch of clean cards. He's going to do it again.
I think he's 7 out. Yeah. So going to go ahead and
Just trying to remember where his climaxes are, because he just stocked 2, 1 from waiting room and 1 from top of deck. So he's got to keep track of that. Still trying to decide what to stock. Which is kind of interesting.
Ends up just stocking one of the Kanas, And lets those rip through. He knows those aren't clean, so yeah, there's that quintessential event.
And those cards do stay out because the event is a brainstorm, so those cards contribute. Well, those cards being out, those cards being out do contribute to his compression a little bit, so that's kind of
plus
a
bonus
benefit
here for the LC here. Key just seems to be coming back and dominating. I think when you remove the, just talking a little bit about the meta as we go into like these shuffles, when you remove the explosion meta, right, where you just explode out the gate, Key kind of comes back in and sneaks in.
Yep.
And just says, you know what?
Yep, cancel off the top.
Still do a lot of damage, and I still do like crazy explode. I'm not gonna like.
And it can still stock
explode
boost
you,
quite a
yeah.
lot. And you know, a lot of the bans have been to remove
People's tech.
people's stock swaps
Yeah.
actually, including Key.
Including Key.
Incidentally.
Including Key. But
so he double
it didn't,
encores.
It didn't stop the damage.
Right. He double encores both the level 1 combos.
And I think that Ainz
doing
is going
power
to
check.
be 10 plus 3k, so 10-5 Ainz right now.
Even though it's a level 1, it's quite big,
Big,
now,
with
thanks
all of
to
the
thanks to the
supports,
aura in the front row.
Aura. Aura.
So you can probably expect Johnny to be crashing lanes this turn.
He has the ability to represent some power buffs here. He's not going to be able to, so he's not going to be able to anti-early play the aura, unfortunately. So I think that may have been a plan that he wanted to option, is maybe get himself to 2, play out the secret agents. Sorry, I always want to call them. Shizaru, and I can't remember. You know what? Secret agents, and to bump the aura to the bottom. But doesn't find 2, though.
But I don't think he has a way to clock during main phase. Like,
Yeah,
it doesn't have,
the
it doesn't have a
Kana-
traditional
I think the
Riki.
Kana needs
the
to-
Kana needs to be
Kana
reversed.
needs to be reversed.
So
Yeah, it doesn't have a way to bump himself to 2.
he's going to drop salvage, ditching a climax because he has
Grabs
extras in
the,
hand.
you know what?
Yeah,
you know what?
just triple combo,
triple
just
combo,
push damage.
Yeah, he has the climax.
He's also going to maybe grab something out of his clock.
Thinking about the Akane again.
Well, there's also a healer. There's a couple of decent
Sneak that
options.
healer,
There's some,
sneak that healer into these. He's got a lot of options. He's got a lot of
there's
things
some
he
tech
can
cards.
do. Yeah.
Looks like he's grabbing.
Yeah,
Yep, another copy of
Akane
the level
off
0.
of the
It's
Akane
a
that
nice
they just
tech
played.
card because you can just do so many things with it.
Peel some stuff out. We saw him use
You
it
know,
earlier. Put
you
the
can-
thing. So yeah, gets
You know,
rid of the MILF.
you might refresh penalty of climax. You can just pick it right
Yukito
back
comes
up.
out and plays the climax and checking his discard. So we should know where all the dolls are, and I'm pretty sure they're all in deck. So there's the first doll. There's the second doll. And the third doll for the...
Yep.
Well, did
he's
he
gonna-
burn all his stock, though?
Because he encored
Oh,
2
he
lanes.
triple encored, that's right.
He double encored and then he paid 1 for the drop salvage.
He don't
so.
need stock. He's
Well,
like,
he's
this
just
is
gonna-
money to burn.
Well, he can get over. He can get over 1 lane for sure. He can side
side the
another.
other
He can
lane.
side another one and then just crash
get
the level
that one,
against
level
the
3,
aura. So
yeah.
he'll
But
have
then-
2 lanes. He'll have 2 lanes left where he can
And
do
gives
his.
him the option for a clock shot. So
Yeah.
you want to give it. Not. I don't think it's a terrible trade-off if you're going to damage. It's basically just 2 for 1 if the damage sticks. But yeah, he does want to push damage as much as possible. Thomas is still at 2-1, so any damage stuck here just digs the grave a little bit deeper for Thomas. As the L cheater represents his infinite cancel momentum. Right, just running through. Yukito comes in. He's going to first take out that CZ. And coming in for 2 does see the cancel on the top.
Oh,
Next.
he did front.
Yep.
That's probably
Oh, a
front.
double
too.
cancel. Oh, that's probably why he was milling a bit. So Thomas very comfortably, not going to take too much here. Does get canceled. Shows El Cheater the true essence of canceling and doing a count here. I think we saw
Canceling fairly with no
6.
events.
Yeah, he would
Yeah.
know. Cancel, good and honest canceling off the top. Good, honest Weiss Schwarz.
So he's checking. He's probably looking to see what's left in terms of like finishers.
He might be looking for the
Counters.
anti-change punch. Yeah, so there's the anti-change punch. Yeah, I think you have anti-change. There's Nabe. They're not trying to miss any time here. Shows him that, peeks the Nabe. It's really what he needs to be aware of is, I don't think there's anything he really needs to be aware of here. The Nabe's out. That's pretty much the big one. It just is the sentiments out of control, the -3 soul counter, something he needs to be aware of. But like we said, I think he's still gripping the rest punch here too, so something he needs to be aware of.
Yep.
So always live in this defensive deck. Goes to refresh, and it's just going to be the 1/1 so no problem. And last swing still available.
Probably deciding whether to front or side here.
Yeah.
Whether he
Does
wants
he
to
want to
leave
give
a-
him the Does he want to give him the lane here? He doesn't have enough power to represent.
Does he want to give him the lane, and does he want to leave his own lane in order to use his
Yeah.
event to
He
try
does
and
have,
build more
yeah,
stock?
He does have the one. He can just side for one here. It's not too bad. Get something off the top here. And it looks like he's going to
Nope, he's
crash.
gonna front.
So it says 2. And 2 gets canceled. So
Hindsight's
Tom,
2020.
Tom is showing him how to cancel. So both players cheating their way to victory today. Triple cancel from Thomas on the response here. But now with the standby deck, he was able to thin out Johnny's stock quite a bit. He does have 3 puppets, but only 1 lane active to really use it. Goes ahead and
Tom's
clocks
gonna
the
clock.
0. Tries to draw. What does he grab? Finds a early EP. So the EP healer. So 4 or more you can heal down, which is definitely gonna smash. Or no.
Yep, he
Gonna check
plays
if
the
he
maid.
can. Gonna play Yuri first, draw 2, see if he can get a climax into his hand.
He does not get one.
So probably just jam out the
Yep.
heal and assert dominance on this Yukito. The question, does he have to worry about any anti-change shenanigans? I think he's not playing an anti-change punch. Oh no, wait. There's
Discarding 2. Now he's
I
gonna
forget
get
what's the
he's
name.
gonna get the
Yeah.
refund on stock because he has a full board.
Yep. So
which
that's
is-
free.
It's a free draw 2, ditch 2.
Yuri's so good. That card's
crazy
not
card,
fair.
crazy
that
card.
card's 2/2 heal now. Draw 2, ditch 2, get my money back. Free. So yeah, one of the quintessential cards for pretty much any Overlord deck. I'll let you dig a little bit, try to find any climax that you're looking for, and yeah. So no standbys though. So maybe hoping to trigger them off the top here. Does have the supporter in the back. His field is massive.
And also his card's not dying last turn means
Yeah,
he just
so
doesn't
he's
have
trying
to
to
do
jam.
anything. He
I
can
think
just,
this is 4. Sneaks in a 4.
wow, 4 hits.
4 hits.
Levels a Shiki.
So all of a sudden, this went from good to worse.
Swinging for 2.
Getting the damage to stick, and there's another
And
one.
one.
Find himself at
So he
on level 3's door. in a
7
s-
damage straight.
Yeah.
Just stuck.
And he dropped all of his stock though, so he needs to make.
He also-
he needs to buy back his stock here.
And he also did not get a chance to play his event last turn. So he's probably going to try and use it this turn. Generate some stock. Maybe have a decent finishing turn next turn with a Misuzu.
Yeah, already a much better game than the last time we saw these two on stream.
Yeah, that was
But-
kind of an unfortunate spot for Johnny. I think he was expecting a
To
cancel. so
something. Yeah, any one cancel would have been great there. Just put him in there, but this puts him in a kind of a
because
bind.
he took 6 and
but
then
he also bummed
and
6.
then he took 6 and then Tom front attacked. And he thought, well, if 6 clean just came off the top, I shouldn't play my event because I'm probably going to mill a climax
Yeah.
and lose a cancel.
But
And
nope,
he didn't.
He didn't. So Yukito comes for the thing. 1 on 4.
Yep, so there's
the,
2 of them.
There's 2 of them. So no extra stock here. He wants to build up as much stock. I think, yeah, his scenario here is he gets Thomas to level 2 or level 3 as best as possible.
Or anywhere close.
And
Anywhere where
he
where
needs to-
Misuzu
yeah,
could be
he
in
could-
range.
Misuzu or the Tornado or the Super Kanade Burn 5 event, right? It's just going to be really difficult. Yeah, it's an uphill battle for Johnny now. Thomas is clearly in the driver's seat.
And it's pretty unlikely that Thomas is losing board from this point. I mean, he might lose the 1 lane with the Eins, but at this point, that doesn't really matter because he wants to transition into his level 2 and level 3 game anyway, get his Albedos online, which puts his events online,
It's awkward
which
'cause
lets him
he's-
block
yeah,
damage. And yeah, so
He's-
Johnny's got an interesting puzzle to solve here.
He's
How
asking
is he
Johnny to
gonna-
go fast now, but that's not what Johnny wants to take a little bit more time to set up his resources, get to that critical mass of stock that just lets him, explode his pseudo finishers out. Starting off with the Yukito Resonance Stormer. Thomas doing a quick check, probably on his climaxes. Sees 2, gets the Misuzu, and this will bump him to 3. I think most of his climaxes will be back into his deck, so gets the defensive. It's going to be a 3-0.
Just hope to cancel next
just
turn
hope to
and
cancel, yeah.
come up with a way to
To
put some damage through.
Ask him to count to 7.
Yeah.
I think this might just be a scenario where you ask Thomas, like, hey, let's count together. We learned it on Sesame Street. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep.
And we'll see what happens here. But yeah, Johnny opting to go to the level 3. you know, gets those, you know, hits a really pretty good compression point, right? If he's 7 in, I think he has 1 climax in his hand that he was ready to let go. With 7 in, 6 in clock, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
14 plus hand.
five,
So let's say. Oh, that looks like.
It's one, just one. That's just one.
So 1 in hand, but his hand is like 7 or 8 cards.
Yeah.
So
Pretty good compression, right?
it's getting back 7 and 30.
So yeah, I think that the other plus side here against the Albedo deck is Albedo doesn't really represent a lot of explosive damage. She only
Right,
has
the small
burn
pings,
ones.
burn
Yeah, she has
ones.
burn ones.
So
It's just if you crash, right, her swings then just become 3s, and that's not the number you want to get told that's being swung for at endgame. But Yuiki is going to come out, going to drop the 3, sees a 0, grabs probably the Kana, floats the Kana to the top, just drop the Misuzu. I think he had an extra copy of it. Floats the Kana to the top, just wants an attacker. And the other half is he needs to clear his board if he wants the Misuzu. He cannot, if he commits his board and, you know, in some weird world he sides through everything and doesn't clear his board, Thomas also has the option to just side through his attacks and just shut down the Misuzu altogether.
right.
But
it looks like
yeah,
he's not going to
definitely
front.
He's
He's fronting for 1.
Who am I kidding? He knows what to do. So this one's going to be also for 1. Yep. Get him to that 2-5 state. Does he want to rep? Does Thomas float the red? No. He has the No, he doesn't have the suppressible feeling. So
1 cancels.
Right. And now the question is crash and take the clock shot, or side and, you know, call it a day. This is rough, right? This is the exact scenario we're talking about where he makes it uncomfortable.
He does
So
front.
he goes front, hits the 1,
And
hits
he
the
cancels.
and that's going to show him too. So shows him the Mare and the level 3 Albedo. And Thomas is in the driver's seat now. Finds a climax, but it is not the right one. Checking to see probably where his demiurge is, if it's a possible salvage. He does have the brainstormer up. And yeah, just so much defense.
He could also just go to attacks and stand by out in Albedo and have a lane to play his event.
Yep. It's gonna turn into like, let's count to 5, Mister. And Mr.
clocks,
Thomas,
draws.
yeah. So we did. Well, I mean, we did see 2 cancels on the top just there.
Right.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is not off the table. But this is. I mean, he's going for the win here.
Yeah.
So
I find Misuzu works best if you've put 4 of your opponent's climaxes in memory.
So there's the 1, 2, 3, -3 to the deck. Yeah, he's trying to. He also does not. He also knows. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 is pretty bad. Gets the climax swap though. Probably needs to represent the brainstorm. Just get through the deck as quick as possible. There's the brainstorm. Gets a salvage. Maybe Aura, Fukujiro just to minus the deck. Another copy of the brainstorm. A lot of options here. Just get that deck to 0. Because if you find yourself with a
And if he gets down to
grabs the
1 or
beat
2
here.
cards, that means that the cards in his clock will stay in his clock when
Yeah.
he refreshes, which is better. It'll
Than
improve his
anything,
it'll
yeah.
improve
So
his
Yuri
odds of
comes out,
canceling the
there's the
big burns
2.
from Misuzu.
drops the 2, probably maybe a copy of, yeah, drops the extra climax that he was flexing, and the 0 drops search Eins. Yeah, just get that deck out. So I think that was 5 or 6 cards still left in deck. 3 swings to go. And there is
gonna refund the
yeah,
stock.
refund the stock.
And
Move up, yep. So establish that climax combo, the irrepressible feelings. So Thomas could afford to have lost that last game, but this is the one game you don't want to lose this time as we head to the top 2. And slams the climax, ready to go, pays the 1, drops the... Is he just going to show it? Nope, drops the anti-change punch. Right, and then no point in holding that anymore. And goes ahead and plays out the Albedo and shows him and tells him, hey, on top of that, here's -3 soul. Just in play and a problem. I mean,
it's only -3. Oh, the event. It's the event. The -3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. So Johnny could avoid that by attacking in a different lane, which he'll probably want to do anyway because I think Albedo is quite large.
Yeah. So what happens here in with Johnny's plan, if assuming he lives, this could be a really just off the top walls to the ball There's the cancel.
Cancels.
Last one coming in for 3. 1, 2. Oh,
Oh, he's
keeps
still
himself
alive.
alive. So we're going to count to 7 here, right? So he's asking how many he has out. And
Unfortunately, though, Johnny is on 6 stock, and he needs to pay 2 to play
he has
Oh, he's got the puppets.
he's got puppets.
Okay.
He got puppets. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's fine. Johnny would not make that mistake.
Sure.
Johnny has puppets, so he does have 1 extra stock available. So he needs 7, I believe, at the start of turn. There's
So
the
he's gonna play
Misuzu.
it.
Yep. And copy of the puppets.
Does she not have an on-play effect?
Wait, what? Oh yeah, she just needs. So yeah, he does get the lane, the free. So we're doing it. We're gonna
He's
ask
just
him to
gonna go
count to
for
3. So we're gonna say 3. And does he?
Oh,
want
so
to
he
take-
sides for the 1.
Oh, sides for 1 just to get in. Yeah, doesn't
just to
want
avoid
the
any
soul penalty.
Just to avoid
rest
any
punt, yeah.
shenanigans.
3 blue cards
Pays
comes
3,
in,
sacks the
and we're
6.
counting to 7, folks. 1. Not yet. So 1 goes through. We have 2 on the stack.
2 waiting.
So yeah, this is a do or die scenario for Johnny, and I think this is the first time he's like ripped this out to be like, well, this is like the this has to happen.
Yeah, he's going for a Hail
He's
Mary
going Hail
here.
Mary
It's
here.
just this either sticks and he
no
wins, or
no one can be mad because this is just like this is what happens. This is how you do it. So Thomas has set it up as best as he can. Unfortunately, didn't have all 3 lanes with the Albedo, and then the side opportunity also just makes it so that you can't even use the Albedo anti-damage effect. So there's the thing. So 1 goes. There's 2.
2 hits. So he's gonna
3 and
level. I
one-
think he's
what, 1?
leveling 1 out. Oh, I see. Yes. So those 2 are in his clock. So he just needs to stick 5 of the next couple burns.
3, cancel. 4, cancel. Cancel. Cancel.
2.
Oh!
7 clean.
In an upset. Weiss, Schwarz, baby.
Wow. You know, we saw
know
the
what?
previous game where he took 8 straight when he was 7
We saw he cheated.
Now
Thomas got a cheat. He got a cheat.
7 off the top.
All right. Thanks for joining us. We're going to get some interviews post-game. But that was the 1K. Johnny L. Cheater takes the belt. I don't know how to clip it. So I don't have like I don't know how to mod very well. Yeah. You can use the Twitch right here.
Yeah, I'll do it with that.
So I have the modded thing is up here. So if you know how to do it, Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Let's see here. Hello? Okay, we can hear. Yeah, let me try to get some stuff here. All right, we're gonna be very, very careful. Can someone look here and pose us so that we're in the thing? John, hand me my hat. Wait, give it, Johnny. You're gonna have some.
You want to face it that way or?
Face this way. Basically, just have him in the picture, and we're gonna interview him. Closer. Is he posed?
I would move. No. Like the. Yeah.
Is he supposed to wear this?
So
Yeah, it's a microphone.
Okay.
Oh.
So come here.
Let me not be in the way. Why is it?
Flip it. Flip it. Doesn't matter. We're having fun. So you over the ears. You can use that as well. Okay. So can you say something? Check.
Check.
Checking level. Sorry, you're gonna see my gooch. Okay. Where's his belt? No.
Contractor bill.
But it doesn't matter. First, I want to congratulate you guys. Are you gonna put up? Yep. First, I want to congratulate you on that amazing win. That was one of the best finishes we had here all day.
Such a. It's like a.
Words you can't speak on that. That was top 8, top 4, top 2, and now champion. What do you have to say?
Personally, I love Key as a series, so I was debating which series to play before the tournament. I have many choices, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll run it back one more time, because Key was restricted last year, and then since then I haven't used it for competitive for a while.
Understandable.
And then today I want to give it a try again because like a series I love.
You
so
thought,
much.
why not? Why not running back for this one?
Yeah.
You thought, why not win this? First ever Gold Star champion one right here. First Gold Star Collectibles champion. I want to present this to you right here. So look at that in all of its glory right here. Come on, guys. Look at this right here. The champion. The champion. Look at him. Come on, dude. Put him. Go for Kara. No, you can't. Yeah, I got you, buddy. I got you, buddy. I got you. You got it? I got you, bro. The belt. Right here. Look at that! Look at him. This is your champion right here.
Woo, Johnny L!
Yes.
Everybody! 9 grueling rounds of Weiss Schwarz coming out on top, undefeated, and wins with the number 7. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for the inaugural 1K here at Gold Star Collectibles. This has been Neil. It's been really fun casting for you. I'm going to go eat dinner. Bye. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you, guys.